Well, hello everybody. It's another Saturday Night Live Pickup Live. Who we got in the house here so far? Looks like we got old Dean Stevenson, our friendly Kiwi from way down under. What's going on, man? Twisted Mopars. I hope you're still not in the laundromat. I sure remember those days when we had to go to the laundromat all the time. Actually, though, I kind of miss them. It was a time when you got all your laundry done all at once. Now that we got our own washing machine, yeah, I'm doing laundry all the time now instead of once a week. Hang in there, man. Yeah, but boy, it was sure misery while it was going on. Auto salvage. Hey, good stand-in for Buck Does It this week. Jack Stands and Cinder Blocks. Good Lord, I love that name. I actually prefer cinder blocks over jack stands. They're good and stable. Who else we got in here? Justin Hill. Good to see you, man. Brian, Dust Dell's Garage. That was a good live we had last night with Tony. Holy cow. I think I'm still a little groggy after all that. We was on there for quite a while. Good to see you, man. I guess I could be clicking all these up here. Lakes Automotive Diagnostics. Good to see you, man. Old man in the shop. Old man in the shop. Built, not bought. What's going on? And 6% recycled. The man with the Chambler. So what's going on out there in YouTube land? Hey, there we go. Our good friend from Rapid City. Jim's, if it ain't broke, fix it. You guys want to check him out. He's working on a little MG and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, it's just another casual, easygoing, whatever night. I got the link posted up there if any of you want to pop in here, and we'll just spend the day here just talking about stuff. As you can see there, I had pictures of the Volkswagen up on the thumbnail for this live. If any of you guys are interested in going to Bonneville's Salt Flats, that's actually where that picture is taken. That's the kind of open campground site that they have just before you get on the salt. That was taken 2 years ago. Speed Week. If you ever get a chance to go to Speed Week out on the salt, I'll tell you what, that is a whole week that you will never forget. That is just awesome. And the whole community, the whole area is just, what goes on in the salt goes on at the salt, but the whole experience is just nothing but cars and hot rods and rat rods and street rods and you name it. It's just a wide open, nothing but car community. And then the track, experiencing that, holy cow. My favorite spot to sit is actually closer to the starting line. I like to watch the launch at the track. Because you go out there, there's the only thing separating you from the cars is a blue line painted on the salt. That's it. You gotta bring your own shade. You gotta bring your own lawn chair, and you just sit out there on the salt and watch them go. It's just a total experience. Hey there's slow SBF. It's so slow, it only needs the 2 back wheels, right? What's going on, man? Yeah, digging through and finding that thumbnail picture though, I found a couple of old pictures of when we was building that Volkswagen. Let's see if I can bring them up here for y'all. Where was it? I had this set up all professional like, and then just like everything else, I just bombed it. There we go. Present. Share screen. Hey, I'm almost getting this stuff figured out. Hey, get back up there. Technology. Good Lord of mercy. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Too dadgum many buttons here. Too bad I can't edit this. There we go. See if we can't stretch that out now. That's actually me and my dad when we was first building that Volkswagen. From the thumbnail in there, you can see there's not a whole lot left of that little Volkswagen. The whole bottom in here was totally gone, totally gone. And you can see over here where we had to weld in pieces there just to hold the body, what was left of the body together. But there you can kind of get an idea of how we do our chassis. It all starts out as 20-foot sticks of 2x4, 120 wall 2x4. This is what we call a roll down frame for doing cars. By roll back or roll down, it's when you Z them up like this, and then they drop back down so it'll fit in the body of the car. But there you can kind of see how we do our chassis, and yeah, me and the old man there, the big B, what we do there. And we do the skidder type frames. They're not your standard Z frame like you see on a lot of rat rods where they step back up here. Instead, we do them flat like this. So if they hit anything, they just slide over it. And then we move the motor, the engine, the transmission, and everything. This one, I think, is 1.5 inches above frame. So we bring them way up inside. Anyway, I had a whole bunch of others, but they got lost in a GoPro accident. And this is about the only footage I have left of that one, this build. Oh, and there's my 58. See, cinder blocks. They work great. This is the one I'm working on now. Well, this is the parts car for the one that's inside the shop there, but yeah, we'll get rid of that now. Go back to the normal here. Now I can see the comments. Yeah, it's got a little more than that little air-cooled Volkswagen in her. That's actually a mock-up motor that we got right there. In fact, that's a blowed-up 305 that we just use to mock everything in. But that one's running with she's just a stock 350. Boy, that thing really, she scoots. Super safe. There we go. But there, yeah, you can see a little taste of it. Oh, a sandrail, huh? That's actually where we started from, building sandrails. We started that back in the real late 70s, and we ran sandrails all the way through the 80s. My dad's, his was a Corvair powered one, and mine was a Mazda rotary. And then later, he built a Pinto powered one, Ford Pinto powered one. Mid-engine, that one. Listening while cleaning your shop? I seen that trouble you had. Whew. When Walmart didn't torque down your wheel on the little tracker, and that sucker came off on you. Luckily, it didn't hurt it too bad. I was expecting you to show up with that rear quarter taken out. Good thing you got her stopped and off the road just in time. I had 3 Beetles, still have 2 of them. Sweet, those are just fun little cars. Oh man, that would be fun. That was kind of, sometime I'll find pictures of it, but my sandrail looked a lot like a front engine dragster. I still got the old paddles from that. They're about that wide. Boy, that was fun. Those were fun days. Barely part of a VW shell. Yeah, it looks like a Volkswagen, but there ain't much Volkswagen left in it. Very, very little. When I undid the body bolts to pull the body off the floor pan on that Volkswagen, I only had to undo 4 of them. And one of them was actually glued in with big old Bondo. They glued the front section of that body down to the chassis with Bondo. That thing was trashed. Anyway, I only had to take out the 4 main bolts. All of the other bolts, there's quite a few on a Volkswagen. I think 14 body bolts on a Volkswagen that holds the body down. All the other ones, they stayed in there, and when I lifted the body off, they was so rusted out, they just all stayed there. I think that one came from Salt Lake. I'm pretty sure that one did, because it was, yeah, bad. Arrowhead, always good to see you there. Envious Car Creations, what's going on, man? New Guys Guitar. See, I got the name right this time. What's going on, man? And again, if any of you are looking for music to use in your videos, look this guy up, and also look up his channel, see what he's got going on. He's got some really cool stuff going on. But he's got some music tracks that you can use royalty free. They're all original. Just make sure you give him credit in your video, give him a little shout out, help the guy out. Some good music you can use. Just a Type 1 motor in that rail. And which one? The rotary one that we were running was out of an RX1. It was the first rotaries. And boy, that thing was loud, beyond loud, high-pitched, screaming demon. Dakota's timeout. In the timeout free zone. What's going on, man? Let's see, making sure I didn't get lost in the. Every time I do a share screen there, it's hard to see the comments. So going through it here, make sure I didn't miss anybody there. Don the One-Eyed Cat. What's going on? Yeah. We didn't run any, but everybody else in the group that was with us, they all ran Volkswagen. My dad, he was very well known for his little street Baja, though, but that was for the street. He kind of had the car here in southeast Idaho, though. Oh, people came from all over drag racing trying to beat him in that little thing. All we had was a 4-cylinder class too, so it was open to all 4 cylinders. And big thing back then was the little Toyota mini pickups. We had guys come all the way from Oregon, Montana, Utah, and Dad had put them on the trailer. That little bug still sits out in the back of the shop. One of these days we'll get it back together. It's kind of sad to see it out there rusting away. And all it had on it was a 1635, just a little 1600 with little bigger jugs on it. Single port heads. It was nothing real special. But like I said, I got the link up there. If anybody wants to stop in, come on in. I'll let you in. Let's see here. One shop is clean. I'll get the 390 in there and ready for my truck. Yeah, and like I said, if you need it, you can use my shop. It's just as much your shop as it is mine. You sure helped me a whole bunch. Yeah, email Dan over at New Guy's Garage. That these two guys are brothers, and yeah, you see them working together and all kinds of stuff. But that's the best way to get a hold of him. That's good stuff. Hey, World of Wood Chips. I could sure use you right about now. I got a bunch more chainsaw work to do. One of these days, them trees out back will just finally stop dropping branches. So, what's everybody been working on? Hey, just sit back and talk about anything and everything. You gonna come on up here? I'm afraid these Idaho winters would chase you out, though. Growing up in Alabama, I know because I got a friend that moved up here from Alabama, and yeah, these winters are kind of he's kind of talking about going back to Alabama now. uh, hey Zach, what's going on? Seen you over at Sawyer's earlier. Yeah, Boise, that's on the other side. I spent I spent about 10 years over there on that side, living in Boise. Little different over there. The winters aren't so bad in on that side. Over here in the up here close to Yellowstone, we get the corridor, we call it. The wind blows straight up from Utah and goes straight into Montana. And when it's not going that way, it comes the other way. And then those north winds are brutal. But Boise's kind of sheltered the way the mountains roll over, so they don't get hit near as bad. And the weather's actually pretty, in Idaho standards, it's a lot more bearable. What have I been working on? Holy crap. If you don't know by now, you're way behind. I hope this works for you, man. Uh, I'm not going to give anything away, but I know the struggles you put into that. And I, I've been saying for quite a while that I know it's got to be something like that because you know your stuff and it's got to be something that just is, yeah, you got to go watch the videos to find out for sure, but I think he's got it figured out now. Hey, first responder, what's going on? Try not to give any spoilers in these lives. But I know from my Toyota four-wheel pickups, they both came from Idaho. Oh, sweet. And drove home to Texas. Yeah, here in Idaho, in my little section over on this side especially, the soil we have here, well, it's high plains desert to boot, so our cars here last. And, and they're still using them. It's nothing to look out. I could set my camera out on time lapse and just let it go for 24 hours, and you would see hundreds of what people would call classic cars, but they're not classic cars. People are just still driving them. They're still using them, especially Ford pickups. Good Lord, they're everywhere. The mad scientist, Mr. Derek Grover, has finished up some heads for me. Oh, sweet. And I'm wiring up the nitrous on the car very soon. Sweet. If you want to learn how to make Ford heads work, check out Terry Grover. That man, he knows his stuff. And the secret to a good machine shop is a good head man. Oh, we had gum. Look at there, JV. What's going on?
Look at there. You don't let the deplorable in the room. It's all over now.
I'll kick that door open wide for you.
But yeah, I think we got one step closer to getting this transmission issue figured out.
Sweet. I'll wait for the video, but man, I am anxious to see if it worked.
Tony Talk About Garage told me, he goes, hey, go out there and cut that gasket off the back of that 704 and that 84, and lay it up on there. And then when I pulled that off, I'm like, okay, that hole's got to be in the middle, straight to the front, and that's what I'm in the middle of. I'm just taking a break, man, just relaxing, smoking a cigarette. This thing's about whoop my butt, man. It's been whooping my butt for like 15 years now.
I knew it had to be something like that. Something in the case or something in the valve body or something.
You guys out there messing with these 700R4s, you go get that 700P Transgo plate. Dude, it's missing that. It's missing that hole. And it's a pain in the butt to figure it out. All right, I'm just going behind somebody else that rebuilt it and throwed that thing in there. So I'll figure it out. And it'll be right. This little Blazer is capable of doing 10s and 8ths of a mile. And it was doing. But first responder helped out a bunch. Tony's Hot Rod Garage has been a big help. B&R, y'all see my videos, man, where I'm getting on B&R's ass. But he called it. He called it, and he had it right. So, I can't give him crap no more. Well, let's see if it works.
I think he just comes off the wrong ways. I think he's genuinely trying to help.
Yeah, I think the world of the guy. I think the world of everybody, man. But you go to 25, 30 comments on a channel. There's no way I can decipher this crap, man. There's no way. Just leave me alone, man. Oh.
I've got a lot of friends like that. Yeah, you ask them a question and it's a 2-hour conversation.
Yeah, exactly. No, I just need, hey, look at that. Okay. All right, I'll look at that. If that work, hey, let me know, man.
But that's good news that you're getting it together.
Yeah.
I have never messed with a 700R4 to a 2.8. To a 4.3 I have, but not to the 2.8. All of the ones I've messed with are 5-speed or 4-speed manuals.
Yeah. Dude, if I had a 4.3, I would just stick a 350 turbo behind it and go, all right, we're done. More of a funnel. And a rack something over there. So
all of mine are manuals.
What's going on in here? I only got like 15 minutes. I got to go out here and finish what I was doing. But you can only lay on your back so many hours, and then you just get kind of, I'm done.
It should be pretty clean under there by now, though.
Oh, dude, it's spit shine. It just needs a little cleaner up under, man. It looks brand new.
And transmission fluid, it's mostly detergent. So you've been washing it this whole time too,
Exactly.
There's
That's
a plus.
exactly what I'm saying. I was messing with that little blazer the other day, and I'm like, I don't know why it's still blowing oil out the rear mainsail after I changed that pump, the oil pump. And I checked the oil, and well, it's 2 quarts high.
Oh, fire, it wiped you out, huh? What's going on?
Not bad. You?
Hanging in there.
So it looks like I'm not the only one that's suffering from transmission issues right now.
Oh, transmissions are a scourge, man. Yeah, there's no replacement for straight shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a carburetor kit. They send you 100 gaskets for one carburetor. And then you got to match them up. And then if you miss one of those little passages, it's done.
Yeah. And then Clint Street Machine, he did a video the other day, S15 sitting out behind his shop. I'm like, hey, I need the clutch pedals, the transmission, the slate cylinder. I need, all that stuff. He goes, well, sadly to say, man, it did not have a transmission in it. Dang, you ain't no help, man.
No.
And that's that's four-wheel drive. Yeah.
No, I've actually seen an increase of auto wreckers not having any transmissions left because there's a lot of companies up here in Canada and in Washington State. There's a bunch of companies that are buying them, rebuilding them, and selling them because they can't get the castings.
Look, main thing right here is don't let people rebuild your transmission because they're more stupid than you are. I done learned that one.
No. No. I'm hoping and humming if I'm going to rebuild the transmission on that E450 or if I'm going to give it to one of my apprentices. It's like, you know what? I'm getting old. Why don't you pull it out and you take it home and play with it for a weekend? I taught you everything I know. You can do it. I have faith in you.
I missed it, first responder. Don't worry, man. I got this. It'll either work or it won't, and then I'm done.
I haven't ordered from them for a long time. Back when I used to have to order from them, they couldn't send it to your house. They'd send it to like a business, and then you'd have to go there and pick it up.
Yeah.
But I guess now they're sending to your house.
I've done a bunch of that stuff on equipment, and I'd have to send that stuff to a factory somewhere.
Yeah.
And then go pick it up.
That's why I love my Rock Auto. I love my Rock Auto because you can get OEM parts discounted. No.
I used to not like Rock Auto, but now it's my go-to.
Well, hey, the thing is, the issue was their warranty and replacement way that they had it. Now you just have to take a picture of it, do it all on the email, and they'll send you a new one. And 90% of the time, unless it's a part over $500, they won't even ask you to send it back. They say, hold on to it for 2 weeks, but your new one's on the way now. Like they've made it really nice. But the thing is though, is they have literally been buying out old stock from all the dealerships. Yeah. They've been just going to every dealership, every OEM manufacturer going, we'll buy up all your old stock, man. Give it to us. Like I can still go in there, find parts for like get parts going back like on some stuff back to 66 from them.
He's
But you
drunk it
gotta
up
watch
in
their
plate,
shipping.
but can't eat it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the
On that 58,
he's trying.
I waited 3-4 months to get my brake parts, and all I needed was wheel cylinders.
You too.
But
Yeah.
they were going to send me wheel cylinders from 4 different places, so it was like
Get it what they're getting.
$20 a piece in shipping, you know.
Yeah.
So I just waited and waited until all 4 of them were in the same spot, and then I
Yeah.
put my order in. So little tricks like that you got to do with Rock Auto, or they'll slaughter you in shipping.
Well, that's the thing is that when you're going through Rock Auto, you can see where it's coming from. So when you're doing all your purchases, you go, so these guys got the sensor, this guy has this and that. Okay, so he's got these 4 items, so I'm getting all 4 of them from him. And do that on one order, and if you break it down into 2 orders, your shipping actually comes out less that way too.
Yeah.
So.
But Rock Auto, man, they will. When I was building that little motor for the little 85 Blazer right here,
Yeah.
I'd order that stuff, man. It was coming from like 5 different places, 5 different states. Dude, can't we just get this stuff together and all comes from one warehouse?
Yeah. No, but no, they've improved. They've come a long way since they opened. But the amount of OEM parts, like I've been buying Ford OEM motorcraft parts from left, right, and center at half the price, even with the shipping included, it's still half the price. And the funny thing is, though, because it's Ford motorcraft, I don't have to send it back to them. I can just go to the dealership and get it taken care of. That's the bonus about buying OEM online, is because it is OEM, it still falls under the Ford warranty, even if you did not buy it from. And Chevy does the same thing, and Dodge doesn't. Dodge is anal. They want you to. It's not in our computer.
Ever since
your
Fiat
name on
bought
it, man.
Dodge out, Mopar has been tough.
Yeah. Well, problem with Mopar right now is inventory, man. Like they've got like very low counts. Like everything's on back order. Like,
I blame that on Fiat.
but we did learn that I did learn this weekend though that the tanks on the 73 to the 78 Cudas, they are all the same tank, even though they have different part numbers. They are the same tank. It's just the there's just one valve, one stem in the wrong place, but you can reroute. Like it's like go down to Ford. Oh well, we got this one, but we don't have this one. Well, what's the difference? We don't know.
One number.
Yeah, one number. That's what the difference is. Other than that, no, your relief valve is in the other corner, not in this corner. No.
So that's not gonna.
All right, guys, I just want to drop in for a little bit, man. Say hey, BareRose.
Great seeing you tonight, JV.
Give y'all my woes on the situation.
I'm just trying to get a look at all those tools over there. Just looking around your shop. Don't mind me. Yeah. There we go.
Hey,
He's a serious guy.
this guy right here is the sharpest guy on YouTube. I'll tell you what.
Jesus.
But I got to get back here and crawl up under his truck. I need this done tonight. So y'all have a great night. I'll jump in another one. As soon as all this stuff calms down, man, I got a little more free time. Right?
No problem.
But y'all take care. Watch the next one.
Great seeing
Awesome meeting
you,
you,
JV.
JB.
Keep Lars busy.
He's got a serious shop there. Holy cow.
Yeah, he
That's
does sharpening, professional sharpening.
Nice.
Saw blades and you name it, anything from saw blades to knives, and
Oh, nice.
really cool guy.
Well, there's good money in that blade sharpening too. Mostly at the cost of good blades. Good blades are expensive, and all those tips can be sharpened up to 12 times. Oh,
Oh, sorry, BNR, I missed him there.
So, wonder how many people were shocked to discover that I do when I do my pit when I install my pistons, I just use a oil filter wrench to compress the rings. Literally, the band on the oil filter wrench is an inch to an inch and a half, depending on size that you have, and it's more than enough to cover it. You just script it on, it holds it in place, and you give it a good pop. In she goes. Yeah.
Oh, and I found out last night, you're looking for some healthy, good bargains, go check out Holly.com right now
Yeah.
and go to their clearance section. Holy cow, they got good prices on a bunch of stuff.
I wonder if they got any of their kits. Remember the old Holly little grayish plastic boxes that had every single part in count of 10 all the way through.
All the jets and stuff.
Yeah, I could use a couple more of those kits. I'm down to my last one.
I found a Frostbite aluminum radiator, 4-core radiator for a 47 first F series Fords, 47 to 52, $88. That thing is normally almost 600.
Yeah.
They sell all kinds of stuff. Not just carburetors and stuff like that on their website, you know. Kind of like Walmart.com. None of it comes from Walmart, but yeah, Big Block's the one that turned me on to it last night. And yeah, I had to stop at the radiator and hide the credit card after that.
No, it's kind of like me with AliExpress. I'll go on there just to buy like little resistors or transistors or small electronical components. Next, you know, I'm ordering all this strange technology. It's like, don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I got it now. It's like,
Speaking of
why is my
Rock
scan
Auto,
tool only in Chinese?
I went to O'Reilly's to get 3 dome lights. Little itty bitty little donut lights, one for the ashtray, one for the on that Mercury. It goes under the dash, but it's your only dome light. They don't have one up above. And the other one was in the jockey box.
Yeah.
O'Reilly's wanted $18 a piece for them. I went on Rock Auto, and they were 11 cents if you bought a whole case of them.
Wow, that's pretty good.
So I stocked up. I bought cases of all bunch of stuff. 1157s, 1156s, you name it.
Speaking of O'Reilly's and their specialties, I don't know if you knew about this, but
Oh yeah,
unfortunately, it's not not available for order right now. I think it's on back order, but they do have stock. They do stock them once in a while. So.
If you buy one, though, buy 2.
Yeah.
That way you can always return the second one.
Yeah.
You just got to get it up to 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's the thing. So many, I get bored sometimes, and I look for Easter eggs on websites. Yeah, it's kind of funny. They did a YouTube short series of where they were going around trying to build a DeLorean, and the host is the guy that does those pyramid. He goes into the pyramids and stuff like that, and he ended up getting Christopher Lloyd to come help him and all that stuff, trying to find the DeLorean that. And they were doing a live stream, and I turned around. O'Reilly's has the flux capacitor, and he brought it up on the phone. He's like, "No, Jack and Hallie's. Guess what? We know where the flux capacitor is." No, actually, I got a compliment from Christopher Lloyd because like I've done multiple Christopher Lloyd impersonations on YouTube, and I actually got a comment a couple of years ago on a video that I did, and he's like, He's like, "Great Scott, you look just like me."
Oh, my uncle is he's pretty good friends with Loverboy, and every time they'd come through this way, they'd actually stay at his place there in Pocatello, and they went out to a bar that had karaoke. And the lead singer of Loverboy got up there and did a Loverboy song. And he sat right down at the gal at the table next to him and said, "You weren't too bad, but I think I like the original better." And he said, "Yeah, me too."
That's funny.
What is his name? I can't even think of his name now.
No, I used to play hockey with Brian Adams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he lived in Red Deer. No, I body checked that boy so hard that's why he quit his hockey career and went into music. No. It's actually amazing how small the world really is when you look at it. Like we meet people every day. We don't know who they are, but a lot of the time we run into famous people, but we just don't recognize them. Right?
That's why so many of them live around here. Everybody leaves them alone.
Yeah.
Ah, Lord, no. I'll never step foot in that place.
I used to love karaoke when I used to have a voice and could carry a tune. Now that's long gone. My smoking took care of that. Might be able to pull off some Johnny Cash, maybe. I used to do Love Shack, B-52's Love Shack all the time when I was karaoke. Say, okay, no one wants to join me on a sing. Okay, you're gonna hear me sing both sets of vocals, I guess. Not my fault.
Fiat dollar and Fed going bye-bye. I heard he was there. I didn't see him though. Yeah, Fiat though. Oh Lord, I remember the nightmares we had with them back in the 80s. Trying to get parts. Oh, even a distributor cap you couldn't get.
Nope. No.
They were exclusive. They wanted you to buy another one.
Oh God, who was selling Fiat back in the 80s? Oh, who was that importer? Down in the U.S., they had that little name at the end of most of the Fiat dealerships across America. Oh,
I don't remember.
yeah, that guy made a good chunk of money in for a while there. He's like, yeah, I'm the only one that has the import license. Sorry, you go through me. You want? I tell you what, I get it for you for about.
I think that's why they had, well, that and the quality on them wasn't so good either, but then you couldn't fix them either, so I think that's why they kind of got the reputation they had.
No. My favorite was the Lada, though. I remember my auntie bought her first Lada. She ordered a Lada. It came in a big wooden crate. It had 4 wrenches and an instruction book like IKEA furniture. Assemble yourself, literally. It was like oh, there's the engine's already in there, but you got to hook up the hoses, hook this up, put the tires on, put the axle in. Okay, done. It's like, all right, tough little SUV that thing was, but it's like, I think she paid.
We never got those down here.
I think she ended. I think she's her first one she bought. I think she paid $1,000 for it, and that was import fees and everything.
Oh man, and it's a Hornet. Why, of all names, Hornet has nothing to do with Mopar.
Yeah.
That was AMC.
Yeah.
Back to Hudson.
And it's from Italy, just like those new Toyotas are German cars.
And the German cars are made in South Carolina.
Yeah. my friend bought one of those new those sport coupes from Toyota. And he brought it over for us to look at. We popped the hood and it's like, this ain't a Toyota. BMW everywhere on this car. BMW. Like, it's like, well, guess what? I'll never be fixing it for you.
I remember back in the 90s, it was when George Bush was doing that real big push, Buy America and stuff. There was a town in, I think it was Vermont, that needed a new backhoe, new excavator. And they had the choice between a Hitachi and a Caterpillar. The Caterpillar cost more, but it was, an American name brand. So they went with the Caterpillar. And when it broke down, they found out it was made in Japan and the Hitachi was made in California.
Yeah.
Just,
yeah. That's the thing. Is a lot of Cat engines actually come from Japan, and a lot of because they were all Perkins, and Perkins for ages were all made in Japan and still to this day it's still the same factory that makes them, and they were a shipbuilding company originally.
I love my little Perkins. I got a little 3-cylinder and my little Massey out there. Hands down, one of my favorite diesel engines.
I actually like I like Japanese stuff for one reason, because they actually lot of their stuff is precision made, because they have a reputation to uphold that goes back to their swords and everything that they made in the olden days, and their government is crazy about it. We their government literally won't allow them to make knockoff hokey mokey stuff. Like all the cheapo stuff that you see on the shelves in Japan are Chinese made. Because all these little stuffed animals and figurines and that, Japan's like, we won't make that stuff. No, I've never had a problem with Japanese tool or part in my life. The Murder Hornet. Yep.
Yeah, the old AMC Hornet. My great grandmother had one of them.
Yep.
Had plaid interior.
Yeah, they were truly America's motor car, because this year you had a Chevy, that year you had a Dodge, one year you'd have a Ford. The only thing that was AMC was the body and the interior. The rest was whatever they got surplus from the manufacturer next door.
Hey, Travis.
There goes it. I'm at home with no supervision.
Uh-oh.
My wife's on a week-long cruise.
Oh, so you can finally catch up on the sleep.
Yep.
Like I said earlier, Holly's got a big sale going on.
Hush. I got money too. Hush.
Yeah, I do.
I got my last big check from the Audis this week.
Hey, if I'm going to the doghouse, I want company. Damn it.
Hey, I tell you, speaking of Holly, that sniper on the truck, that thing is working great. Now that I got the settings right on it, it's working awesome.
Have you ever tried the double? Because I've
The
had good luck with the Holly
uh-huh.
snipers, but they've all been singles.
Right, I've only seen a couple people that actually ran dual quad
Uh-huh.
setup, and they said it worked all right, but that was a few years ago, and I'm sure they've gotten better over the years.
I've been watching what Dan's been going through with his, and I don't know. I got to thinking about it. First thing I thought of is, man, I haven't had those kind of troubles with it. But then I realized I've never done a doubler.
Right. Did he buy the kit or did he buy two singles?
Yeah, I think Holly sponsored him or something. And
Oh, okay. And actually gave him a kit that came with
yeah,
two of them. Okay. See, my next thing is I want to get the coil near plug setup they got. That'd be great.
yeah, good old AMC.
Yep.
International was really close to that too.
Yeah. Well, well, that's the thing is AMC the 30 that 304 block. The block was an international casting block, but the rest of it was all literally made by AMC to fit on that block. There are subtle differences between the international. They're not the same engine, not made by the same company. The block was just cast by an international casting company, but it was a slightly different engine. A lot of people get them confused and think they are the international, but international actually didn't have anything to do with them. So,
The bell housing is just a little bit different.
a little bit different. The distributor and the timing was a little bit different, and they boarded out. What was it? No, it was the compression ratio that was different on it. The heads were slightly different.
What was that? 304, 348,
Yeah,
392, or 396?
yeah. I think it was a 396. I think it was.
396 international.
I never messed
Yeah,
with the internationals.
That's the thing. International used to have their hands on like a lot of engine manufacturers at one time used to copy international because international had that huge infrastructure down in Brazil, like the Detroit 60 series, the 50 series, and all that stuff originated from the same engineers, teamed up, partnered up. Ford, GM had some international products, and that and that and now look at them. They're nothing. They literally dropped all their engine line, and they're picking up the new GM Duramax being made by Isuzu. And they got a new big new inline 6 Isuzu that's coming out, but it's being called a Duramax, all updated and spiffied up. So they're going to bring back the cab overs to America. They say we're going to have flat nose trucks again.
Oh, those will beat you to death.
Yeah, they do.
And Robert, yes, it's a self-learning system. I had to get some base settings set up, but after that, it's taken over for itself.
And you had to go like 500 miles before it was totally in sync or something like that.
Yeah, I've got probably 130, 140 miles on mine now. But one thing that the cold start, it'd try and idle at like 800. And I went in there and looked at the settings, and I actually had to go in there and tune the cold start to have a higher RPM, like you would with the choke or anything else. Have it step up and then come back down as the engine gets warmer.
So is the Sniper a computer controlled carburetor, or is it an injection upgrade kit?
Pretty much a computer
It's
carburetor.
it's a TBI side
Yeah.
injector, not an over. Like the first, like the the Dodges and the Chevrolets were that they had the injectors pointed
Yeah,
down the barrel.
they have the acorns. Yeah, the old
Yeah.
acorns.
These are side injectors, so they spray out. They go around the horn there and spray in a circular
Very,
pattern.
very
So
close
it's
to
trying
carburetors,
to
but all
so it's
electronic.
trying to use a vortex to increase the fuel volume.
Yeah.
Or atomization, yeah.
Cool.
I should have taken video of it when I'm because I looked down it as I was revving it up, and it looks like a tornado in there as it's spraying the fuel.
Cool.
That's what those ABS2s do too.
Really?
The carburetors, yeah. When you lump them open, yeah, it's like a because they fog in instead of squirt in.
Oh, okay.
Boy, I'm sold on them suckers.
The wiring really wasn't that bad on that thing. I mean, it was all. I didn't use an entire harness because I don't have all the stuff that it can do. So one of the harnesses I just had to cap off because I'm not even using any of that stuff.
So with that kit, do you have to use a programmer, or does it have a built or does it have a built?
It's got a little handheld that you can use to set up, and then it comes with go and download it for your computer, and you got a chip you pull out, you plug it into your computer and do your tune that way, and then you load it back on the chip, take it back out there to the handheld, plug it in, select it, it loads the tune for you, and it's ready to go.
Cool.
So
Yeah, because the
pretty
ECU
nice.
is actually in the
Yeah,
carburetor.
it's on the front. It's
body.
on the front of the throttle body. Yeah.
So that, in other words, you don't want to misplace that tool if you ever want to put it on something else. Remember the old factory propane systems that Ford used to install? They had that. They were made by that company. They had one in Pennsylvania and one factory in Montreal, and they installed these computer controlled propane systems on their trucks and vans, and they had this little computer programmer. They never sold that programmer to anyone. The company went bankrupt 6 years ago. I think what was it? Almost 20,000 municipalities had to spend a fortune on pulling that propane system out of their vehicles because they could not be repaired or maintained.
Oh wow.
We
Yeah.
had two of them come through here. And they wanted us to work on them. Both those guys were from Canada, but they have propane setups on them. I guess you guys run it quite a bit up there.
Well, it's a pain in the butt in the wintertime, but that's the thing is about 60% of our gas stations have propane. So it's really readily accessible and easier. But to me, like everyone says, oh, it's cheaper than gas, but to get the RPMs out of it, you got to burn twice as much propane, so it's the same price as gas, and you're losing about 15% horsepower. Like, and if it's not done right, because like a lot of people don't know this, when you're burning propane, it actually deteriorates the valves.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to, like, if you're gonna switch over to propane, you got to do it right, and you got to pull it out. And you got to get hardened stainless steel valves, or your valves are just going to deteriorate from the propane.
Oh wow. I remember when I was a kid, all the school buses were propane.
Yeah. So that's why, like, if you have a factory propane engine that was done by a manufacturer, they literally pull your heads off, they change the valves, they slap it all back together, put their propane system on, and that's why it was so expensive to convert to propane back then. But then you had a lot of DIYer guys that would just hook it on. But the problem is there's condensation that builds up in the combustion of propane that literally creates atomized water that will rust the valves and that. So.
Wow. First responder, what are you talking about? The V3 update or 3V update?
Version 3.
I don't know.
I see 3V and I think a 3 valve.
Ooh, that's Ford. Right?
Yeah, no.
Ooh,
No, I did not put Ford heads on my Mopar.
see, I do not agree with variable timing. I've
you,
pulled the
you,
batteries out of every one of my clocks after owning a Triton.
you caught the stream where I had the employee that told me that he was late for work because he didn't know how to read a clock.
What's that?
I thought you caught the stream that I had an employee and I opened my stream telling about my employee, new guy that showed up late for work on his first day of work, and he said, "Oh, the place that I'm staying at, they don't have digital clocks. They only have the round clocks, and I don't know how to read those." I'm like, seriously, you expect me to believe that, you monkey? You live in Canada. Every school in Canada has these clocks everywhere. Like, come on. Say, I don't believe you one bit. But I'm like, well, I'm going to humor you anyways. This is a clock. These are hands. Okay, this is the minute hand. These are minutes. And then at the end of the day, with how procrastinating he was on working, it's like, well, obviously you're not cut out for this career. So pack your bags. You might as well not come back tomorrow. Here's your pay for today, and see you later. And when you learn how to tell time on a clock, maybe you'll learn how to work.
Wow.
No.
Yeah, if he can't read a clock, yeah.
Well, you know, I was
There's a
talking
lot
to
back there.
my daughter, and I was like, do they teach y'all how to read an atlas? She's like, what's an atlas? I was like, really?
Yeah.
So I
It's
pulled
like
out the
Google
atlas
Maps,
and
but it doesn't move.
right.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that is factual. A lot of people under the age of 30, if you hand them a map and tell them to try to find where they live on that map, they have a hard time figuring it out.
Oh
They
yeah.
they know the countries, they can point out the states, but they don't know how to read the map. Because for the last like 20 years, we've had a computer system even in school that tells you where everything is.
Right.
Like,
But I mean, you know, if I can read almost any type of map, you know, topographicals and all that stuff. And they taught me that in school. I first responder, I'd say probably because I just got mine, so I'm pretty sure it's got the latest updates, latest and greatest updates.
That's a
Hopefully.
test they give for severe dyslexia too. They'll show you a map, and then they watch you. If you start getting dizzy and everything, it's a sign that you're severely dyslexic because maps screw with you, I guess.
I thought that was just when you were drunk.
yeah. Officer,
Name it that.
I'm dyslexic. I'm not drunk. I'm going to court and I'm fighting this ticket. That's the funny thing is when we were kids, we had dyslexic kids, but we didn't call them dyslexic. We just called them slow. They were still good at playing every game that everyone else did. We just had to we just taught them the game a different way.
But I just wanted to jump on for a minute. I got something to do Monday, so I won't be doing my live on Monday. But without the wife here, I'm on double duty this week, so I just want to jump on for a minute and holler at y'all. And I don't think I've met you yet.
Well, I am Turner. I'm just a whack job, heavy duty diesel mechanic and carpenter. So
Okay.
Show them the tool that was named after you. That's pretty cool. You got it there with you?
yeah. Just hold on one second.
Hey, we got something in common because I was named after a tool.
It's called the Teeny Turner. It's a small precision electronic screwdriver. I requested them to make a compact screwdriver for my computer work, And this is what they came up with, and they called it the Teeny Turner.
All right, guys, I got to jump off here, but I'll holler at y'all later.
Great seeing you, Travis.
Nice meeting you, Travis.
Good meeting you. I'll holler at y'all later.
Should put a link in for his channel so we can find him. Those of us who don't know him. The Dawn is here.
Yeah, if one of my mods wants to throw Travis's link up there, go ahead. Or anybody's. Go ahead. I don't care. Throw everybody's link up there. Boy, you kind of got spam slaughtered the other day. Wow.
Taxes, balance, checkbook is yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. We used to learn how to do everything in school. We learned how to cook, sew, knit, darn, paint, weld, taxes, how to open a business.
Yeah.
Like, we even learned how to ski, snowshoe, shoot a gun, shoot a bow. But nowadays, I guess we can't do that in schools. They have too many yahoos running on. Oh, this will be funny. Watch me hit Johnny with a bow. Did you get it on camera? That was funny, guys. Actually, home ec was one of my favorite classes because I knew I was going to have good food for lunch.
Yeah, because back then school lunches were, woof.
Actually, we used to have some pretty. Remember, we used to have they give us that little paper card, and we take it home and we check off hot dog, Texas donut, and that, and then we give the $1 and take it into school, and they do this big hot lunch thing for all the kids and stuff like that.
We didn't get no menu.
No, you didn't
All
get
you
no
got
menu.
was a Army surplus tray. It was even stamped USN, US Navy. And it was whatever was in front of you. They just slopped it on there, and that's what you got.
Yeah,
you didn't like it, you didn't eat it.
Yeah, that's what you used to get. But once a month they do a special meal up here in Canada. Like they do like either pizza. They have some big pizza shop do a whole bunch of pizza for the school, and you select which slice you want, how many slices you wanted. Then your special pop and that. Like we get one special meal, and we have to pay like $2 or $1 for it. And yeah, that was the highlight. Oh, it's the end of the month. We get to have real food. Yes. Like there's a reason why I like Manwich and Sloppy Joe's. That's all we used to get. Ground beef with ketchup and some cheese. There you go. we got a shipment of old refried beans from some Mexican dock. Time to eat good. No, I learned to teach them that.
We used to have a game called Sink the Sub. Yeah, the substitute teacher, he had to make her cry.
I remember when we used to get away with good practical jokes in school.
It's bad.
Like, one of our favorite practical jokes that we ever did, we had a substitute, and it was April Fool's. We had a substitute shop teacher that was he used to do high-rise construction, and he was a genius engineer in his brain. We helped him take our drafting teacher's desk and all the desks in his classroom, and in the part of the school that it was all concrete. It was an all concrete building. We hit every single piece of furniture to the roof of that classroom during the night before. So his whole entire classroom was upside down because he was an architectural engineer, and our drafting teacher was just draftsman. They had this little fight going on with each other, and that so we all teamed up with him. It's like coming the next day, and the teacher's like looking around. He's like, "Where's Surf?" And then he looks up on the roof. Oh my friggin' hell! No one said a word. We never got busted. But it was fun watching the school district come in and take it all down. No cameras in the school back then. It was easy. We just got in the back door, got the tools. No one ever thought anything about, oh, it must be the school district doing some night work. That's what the lights are on there. Don't worry, Martha. That's fine. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of kids being terrorists. No. No. We used to love the substitutes that used to come in and say, I'm only here for a paycheck. I was told you're supposed to learn this, so figure it out. I'm just going to sit here. Yeah. We'd just be sitting there doing whatever you want. We had one that used to, like, we used to get him quite regularly. He used to come in, and this was in elementary school, he'd pull in the old TV cart.
Yeah.
And you get the old Betamax tape out, and he'd throw in a Beach Boy movie. He'd throw in a Beach Boy movie or something like that, and we just sit there in class watching Beach Boy movies or whatever he brought with him.
Ours was like PBS type stuff, like Nova and all those learning type stuff.
Well, you remember the old PBS and Nova cartoons where they had animated little cartoons talking about taxes and banking and all that stuff. I used to watch those like those were, to me, those are the most entertaining cartoons. Like the great cartoon. Well, now I can go to the bank and negotiate my mortgage. It's like cartoons made for adults, but kids are watching them. Yeah, don't worry, Dad. I got this. I'm only 9, but I'll get that mortgage done.
What is his name? Michael Eisner.
Mm-hmm.
That was him.
Yeah.
Then he bought Disney. Then he took over the world.
And now he owns George Lucas.
Yeah, all those learning cartoons like that. That was all Michael Eisner.
Yeah, those are. Yep. So that's why our generation we're just so much smarter on the fundamental stuff because we had it on TV all the time. The teachers be down, yeah, on top of the schools or stairs. The Austin Coopers, the Volkswagen Bugs.
My dad tells a story about it was the teacher. Well, he was my principal, but it was my dad's teacher. We went to the same school, his same grade. He walked me to school because he was in the grade above me. I'm kidding, but he tells me a story of a teacher there that he had a Nash Metro, and they did the same thing. Picked it up and walked it up the stairs, and the main entrance of the school, it was big concrete, pillars all the way up with the stairs, and that little Nash fit right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
They had to call the fire department to come and get it out of there.
On my graduation. On my graduation year, like in our schools in Canada, we used to do a grad race. It was a drag race where we'd make drag cars. Each school would make a drag car in their shop class. And on my graduation year, we came up with the plan that every school has a flagpole up front. So we actually had inside spies at our competing school that were taking pictures of everything that they were doing to their grad car. And they had painted their car first. So this made it really easy. They painted first, then they started working on the engine. So we knew what car it was, what color it was. We copied the same car out of a scrapyard, and that we cut it in half. We went to the school, we put it around their flagpole, seamed it back up, painted it up, and all the kids came to school thought we had dropped their car on the flagpole. Oh my God! It would have been even better if we were able to get in their shop and steal their car, but we couldn't get in. But that was the fun thing about being in Canada. We had a lot of parents that owned heavy equipment and that would play along with us just because we knew we could get away with it. It's like, Dad, we have this idea. You want to be part of it? Sure.
Good old Bob Roth.
Bob Ross.
God, he was a cool guy. Do you know he was a drill sergeant?
They made a movie about Bob Ross just recently. And,
Oh, you seen the documentary on him? Holy cow. I used to buy all kinds of stuff, you know, with his name on it. And I found that stuff out. I buy none of it now.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with him. He was a great man, but boy, what his manager did to him was, gosh, she took everything.
But Owen Wilson, with a couple other writers, made a movie on Bob Ross, and Owen Wilson, a comedian, plays Bob Ross in the movie. I'm almost scared to watch it. I'm almost scared to watch it. I don't know, man. Am I gonna get brain damage from watching it? No.
But he was a drill sergeant in the military.
But it's so. But that's the thing is when you find out his real history and then you watch him, it's like, how? Well, we're gonna start off just dab. Okay, yeah. Well, we made a little mistake, but we can work with this. Okay, and we'll grab
There's no
number
such thing
4.
as mistakes. Just
Yeah.
happy little accidents.
Yeah, happy little accident. Now we're gonna scrape like this. like knowing his past, you know in his mind as he scrapes the knife across the thing, he's going, there goes another one.
I guess she's doing his old manager that took everything from him. She's got a kind of an Andy Warhol thing going on over in Europe where she's hired a bunch of artists to paint his pictures and then she signs his name and she's selling them.
Weird.
Doing all kinds of stuff like that and left the family broke and took all the money. Oh man, it's a nasty story.
Oh yeah, no. He got screwed over so many times. He literally got beat into the ground. Like it's amazing that he actually lived as long as he did and went as far as he did in life. Like,
My grandma, she watched him all the time. She bought all the VHS cassettes of him.
I've been watching on YouTube some of the old classic shows, like the original Wonder Woman, the original Hulk back from the like the 70s, 60s, and 50s. And oh my God, the thing like now, like with all the special effects, I'm watching and going, I actually thought that was cool, but now I know he was already standing on the fireplace. They just played it backwards, so Superman just like when Superman's in there standing on the fireplace and he jumps. Makes it look like he's jumping up onto it. It's like you just played it backwards. I know how this is made now. Like my childhood fun is ruined now. Thanks. Good thing Wonder Woman never did wear a dress. So there she is. You're pink today. But I still actually have I found a website that has all the old classic radio shows that you can listen to whenever you want. And I've been going through all my old favorites, like the original old Lone Rangers, Butch Cassidy, and stuff like that on the old radio classics. I love those old radio shows. Like Phantom.
The Les Paul and Mary Ford show.
Yeah.
That was what, 50, 52, 53? Yeah. Way back there. Maybe a little earlier, a little newer than that, but.
Like even though I grew up grew up through the late '60s and early '70s, they were on the radio every single night. They keep replaying them over. I grew up going to bed listening to all these old shows. It was so exciting. But back then we didn't. We had a black and white TV from Sears Roebucks, and we had 3 channels, so there wasn't anything good on TV. So it was the radio. That's all we had.
My dad's friend, he's got it's something he got on his phone, but it's old radio shows and stuff like that, news broadcasts. It sounds like you're listening to a radio back in '53. In fact, you choose a year you want to play, and then what he'll do is he'll start that, and then he'll put it in his car at a car show. And you walk up to his car, like if he's got the 57 there, he'll set it for 57. And it's all like you're listening to the radio in '57.
Oh, cool. That's cool. The shadow. Who knows? The shadow knows. Yeah. Oh, God.
And they go all the way up. You can do like President Kennedy's been shot. Oh, no. We landed on the moon. All that stuff, Pretty cool. I'll have to get with him, ask him what it is. 65. I was on the long, hard search for anything 1965, and that one came up.
Cool.
It's the one year I didn't have. That's kind of how I do my cars. I do it with music. I think of a song, and the song is kind of the inspiration and the build for the car. And White Zombie's Thunder Kiss 65. I always wanted to do a car for that song, and that's where the Dart came from.
So if I started singing Little Deuce Coupe by the Beach Boys, you'd start getting a knack, a desire.
Probably change the channel. That one's been done too many times.
We'll get you hooked on some Pantera and see what you can create after that.
Cowboys from Hell.
Who was your favorite guitar player growing up? Mine was Steve Vai.
Les
Me,
Paul.
I think Steve Vai is one of the best in the world, man. Les Paul, he's awesome, yeah.
That's why I still go back and watch the show.
No, second Steve Vai hit the music world, and it's like, wow, ooh, it's the stuff that he was able to do. Like any guitar player that can make, like, who is that? Oh, what band was it? There was another rock metal band. There's only 3 guitar players that I know that can actually make the guitar talk, like actual vocalized word. And
Peter Frampton.
Yeah.
That's what got him known. I used to have a voice box. They're kind of hard to use. Randy Rhoads, yep. I was a big Randy Rhoads fan too. And Eddie was great.
I always wanted to learn how to play guitar, but somehow I ended up with a banjo. I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm in Canada, man. What do I need a banjo for? I don't have a porch and a hound dog. I don't got a moonshine distillery.
Or a 6-string?
12.
Is it a 5-string or a 6-string?
It's a 12-string Steely.
Oh.
No, for some reason halfway through high school, that ended up in my hands. Like, okay, well, I don't. Sure, okay, fine.
They're a lot like a 12-string guitar, so the tuning is a lot easier.
Yeah.
A 5-string is, I never could get the hang of it.
Yeah. Well, up
You got your
here,
high on the top and a high on the bottom. It screws with me.
let's see, up here in school from the 50s on up, ever since we discovered Hawaii, for some reason, Canada, we had two instruments. We learned how to play the recorder or the ukulele. That's what we learned. We grew up playing. Almost every kid that is, and anyone that's older than 40 in Canada knows how to play a ukulele. It was great, but time around everybody.
I like Randy when he was with Quiet Riot.
Yep.
That was just before.
Yeah. Just think of all the generations of Just think of all the generations of music we actually got to grow up with, and that's the thing is we're not as old as our parents. I remember one of the first rap songs that was ever done, and it was a gospel song.
Yeah, Link Ray too. Man, the first time I heard Rumble, whoa!
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And he did the Batman thing. But Rumble, yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I had to have myself a silver tone guitar.
Yeah.
Sears Roebuck.
Yeah.
A friend of mine's got one. The guitar case, the hard case, opens up and the amplifier's built right into the case. So you
Yeah.
stand it up and open it up and plug it in.
Yeah.
Pretty
I remember those. I miss the old catalog days. I do. That was one of the happiest days of my life growing up. So when that new catalog got delivered, every kid, like all of us kids, we were at the table waiting our turn. My stepmother would give us each 5 minutes, then we'd pass it. 5 minutes, pass, 5 minutes, pass. Keep going around the table until we went through that whole thing. I used to wake up in the middle of the night, sneak downstairs, going, "Yes, making my plans for Christmas this coming."
Yeah, I done. I done. I've got plenty of room in this doghouse because I was on that site too. So, all you guys are ordering, I'll be in there with you. The wife comes home from California tomorrow. Yeah. So I got. Let's see. I got to check the mail every day for how many days? For that.
Yeah, see, I'm lucky I don't have a wife, but I'm unlucky because I've got an accountant. I think he's meaner than my wife ever was. He actually did. At one time, he cut off, like, because he's got access to my bank. He actually cut off one of my bank cards on me. He's like, "You're spending too much money. I'm canceling that card on him." Like, you bastard.
Oh,
I'm at the
yeah.
gas station.
And
Yeah,
to this
Jason.
day, I still have, well, Speedway is about the only one that does it regular anymore. But I have Speedway catalog in every bathroom.
Nice.
Max or Eckler's, the same thing. No, that's only in the front bathroom. I don't have one back here. I need one back here. I love catalogs.
Even
I think
the old
that was
magazines.
Harbor Freight's downfall when they quit doing the paper catalogs. Of course, they sent them out like three. You'd get 3 of them a day in your mailbox, but
Now, see, the internet took away so much anticipation and excitement. It's like me for my magazines, my woodworking magazine, my pauper mechanics. I'd be waiting that 18 days for the next episode with great anticipation. Nowadays, there's like I wake up in the morning and there's no excitement. It's like it's all right there on the internet. Oh, excited. It's like I used to live for every day going, oh, it's getting closer. Gonna get that new Pauper Mechanics. Yes. I'm gonna learn about the new technology. Or Hot Rod magazine and stuff like that. Like, geez. Oh,
I think in the magazines though it was better written because they knew they had to nail it.
Mm-hmm.
Now when you read it on the, Hot Rod's still going. It's on the internet. You can look it up and read the articles and stuff, but it's not nearly the same as it used to be in print.
None of that. Just that glossy paper. It holds up better than the printed out image when you put it on the wall. They're building old air. Yeah.
Oh man, some of the stuff in there. You guys remember the bolt-on? It looked like a roots blower with the hood scoop. It was just plastic, and it was all chrome plastic, but you could bolt it on the hood of your car and look like you had a blower. And then all the gas mileage. Oh, this will save you 10 miles a gallon with this little magnet thing that looked like a cow magnet wrapped in electrical tape. Put this in your fuel line and
yeah. Or those little vortex things that you put in your air intake. Oh, it's gonna swirl your air faster.
Customer comes in, what's wrong with my car? Oh, you take this stuff off.
But J.C. Whitney did have some pretty good peel and stick deckling. So.
And they're still in business. J.C. Whitney is still in business. It's just all online now. And they did have regular stuff in it. They had their junk stuff in there that sold.
Because it was cheap. It's like, hey, well, yeah, why not? Well, you remember those pens that they used to have that were shaped like tools?
Yeah.
Like they had the wrench and the screwdriver. I still got some of those things. I loved them. Well,
Dad still got a bunch of the wrenches.
Yeah.
They don't work, but they're cool to look at.
Yeah. It was just a pen that looked like a tool.
Yeah, see?
Well, they had all kinds of stuff, man. Like I'm surprised that they never came out with sea monkeys for the car or something. Like J.C. Whitney should have done the same thing that they did on the cereal boxes. You keep the barcode off every box, and you get 55 of them. You can send them in and get a free prize. I remember clipping those barcodes off those cereal boxes like crazy for stuff. Or Pud's Gum. Remember Pud's Gum? You save the comics and you can send in 200 and you get that stupid toy, that little, like the submarine that you fill with baking soda.
Oh, yeah.
That's
cool. It was Bazooka.
Or the old parachute man that you throw up in the air. The Bazooka Gum with the comic books.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And remember when hockey cards came with bubble gum in them? It's time to pick it up.
Oh Lord, I have heard that story so many times.
Yeah.
And it changes all the time. Sometimes it's a 58 Chevy. Sometimes it's a 62 Plymouth.
No.
But I think the closest they got was Geo Metro, the 8990 Geo Metro that was able to pull 45 miles per gallon out of a carburetor.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the carburetor. It was, a little 3-cylinder, ultralight little car.
Yeah.
It's not the carburetor that makes the mileage, it's everything under it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the story just grows and grows. It's like that new thing out now with the Black Ghost, the mystery ultra speed racer from Detroit that would only come out every once in a while and he'd win every race and go home.
Yeah. Now,
We had Black Ghost here. There was a Black Ghost in Boise.
well, you know those electric turbos that they're selling. They if you actually look at them really closely, back in the 80s, there was a hair dryer company that made those chrome hair dryers. I think that's what happened. Some company just bought all those chrome
Bought
hair
them all
dryers
out.
and bought them out and just recycled them. And look, it's an electric turbo.
Now, who was it? Is it Mercedes? They do have a electric turbo that works.
Yeah.
But they're expensive as all get out.
Yeah.
But that $100 one you get from wish.com, yeah, you wish you never bought it.
Yeah. We used to try all kinds of weird things, leaf blowers, anything we could. No. No. But
Yeah,
I did
it's
discover
always just a story.
how to give a 1984 Ford Ranger about 45 miles to the gallon on a 60 liter tank. Do you know how I did it? I put a Chevy 350 in it. The power to weight ratio. I didn't even go over 1100 RPM going down that highway.
Exactly.
Like that. That's how you get fuel mileage. Get a small little box and put a big motor in it. Of course, your oil never gets hot, and
That's like that '01 Dodge that I had with the Cummins in it. 3/4 ton pickup.
Yeah.
4-wheel drive. That thing got 27 miles a gallon, but I drove it by the tack. That tack never went over $2,000.
Nope.
I drive like an old man. I don't care. I go down the freeway and let people pass me. I don't care.
I had
If
to
I
get
get
out.
to town too early, I got to deal with people. I don't want to do that.
I literally had like 24 hours to get out to a friend's wedding because I'd been working and I promised them I was going to be there. So I jumped into my little Ford Ranger that I used for making my long runs from Calgary to Chilliwack, and I go start it up, and the whole entire bottom of the engine fell out of it. I'm like, oh god damn it, what am I going to do? I'm looking at my work truck. It's loaded up with tools. I'm like, I'm not taking that all the way up there. And so I'm just looking around. Hey, there's a Chevy 350 in the corner with a transmission on it. I literally pulled the old engine out, welded everything up, engine mounts that right then there in the spot, dropped the engine in, hooked up the fuel line, just dummied it all in. And that truck, I drove that truck the way it was until the body rusted off the engine. It's like, and
That's a big secret to getting mileage out of your car right there. You got to ditch that damn automatic.
Yeah.
If you want mileage, you gotta put a manual in it.
But you got to learn how to drive that manual first to get that mileage. That's the thing. Everyone can drive a manual, but driving a manual efficiently, that's the trick.
Yep. I got to do a video on that. I kind of wondering how to do that. How to actually drive a manual. Because everybody just learns how to make it go.
Yeah.
But there is so much more to learn than that.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I decided to learn how to drive manual, I had no one teaching me. I stalled the goddamn truck out in the field like about 20 times before I figured out at which rate to release the clutch, press gas. Okay, yeah, I got it. No, it's like,
Do the leapfrog.
It's like the old truck sitting out in the farm field. Dad's gone away for a week. We need that truck back here. I'm the oldest one. Okay, I'm going out there and I'm gonna figure this bastard out.
I remember doing it in a 57 International 4-wheel drive with a flatbed on it, and Grandpa was on the back throwing hay to the cows. Yeah, you don't want you want to make sure you do the clutch right.
Yeah,
You don't want to throw the old man off there because he beat you.
yeah.
He beat that knowledge into you.
Oh, shifter gets ripped off. Get here, kid. How did he die? He died by a manual. Some guy called him Manuel got him.
Or worse, he'd trade spots with you, and the truck was semi-warm. Oh, I remember that old International. It had so much dirt in the floorboards, you couldn't push the clutch in all the way. Didn't have brakes either. You just downshifted it.
I got it. No.
But that's all we used it for, just changing water and rolling around on the ranch.
Oh,
It never was registered for the street. I only used to calculate fuel economy to see the engine state of tune. Now with vacuum gauge plug reading and wideband O2, I don't see the need to calculate MPG anymore. I would like to get a wideband gauge, but a portable one.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? I love you. Yes, you do. You're my big boy. You are. Big fluffy boy.
Yeah, diesels would get up there.
Oh, yeah.
Good friend of mine had a little Toyota pickup with the little diesel in it. Gutless as all get out because of no turbo on it. It was an 80, 85, 86. But that thing got amazing mileage.
Yeah. The little Datsuns were really good for fuel mileage, those diesel Datsuns, but unfortunately, you guys down the stateside didn't get many of those little Datsuns.
Yeah, not many at all.
Mm-hmm.
Even that Toyota was very rare.
Yep. Which was a shame because they would have been awesome trucks for down there. Mm-hmm.
But they didn't go over good because of that. They had no power, so nobody wanted them. Everybody down here wants, 1,000 horsepower, and it's got to get 120 miles per gallon.
You are. Yes, you are. I love you. I love you. Oh, my good boy. Oh, coffee.
Yeah, and the diesel and the rabbit pickups too.
Yeah. The old air-cooled vans.
Oh, those things are a nightmare. Those things were actually a fire hazard. I've had to fix quite a few of them that have lit fire.
Yeah.
I almost bought a Corvair van.
Fun.
Back when I was painting condos up in Big Sky, Montana, and we used to go up there and stay a week, and then come back for 2 days, and then we'd go back up and stay a week. And as I was up there, I thought, I drove by it all the time. I said, this payday, I'm going to go ahead and buy that. Came back and said he'd already bought it. So I bought an MG. But I'll tell you what, of all the cars I have ever owned, that little MGB was the funnest little car I have ever drove.
Yeah.
And the most comfortable. It had more leg room than most all the cars I've ever owned.
Yeah. Now, did yours have the clamshell manual transmission?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You'd be
It didn't
amazed at
have
how
overdrive though.
no. You'd be amazed at how many transmission shops were scared to touch those clamshells. They were scared beansless to touch them. Like, well, we open it up, everything's just gonna fly apart. It's like, yeah, they're not that bad. Come on. No.
I never had to work on that car. Oh, I put a coil on it. That's the only thing that went bad on that car.
No, those old MG just like the old Triumphs. Both those cars were just great little cars. They're peppy, they look nice, they rode nice, and they were actually pretty roomy.
Yeah. And in the wintertime, you wouldn't think it, but that thing was great in the wintertime.
Yep.
I'd throw 100 pounds of rock salt in the back, and that would just go anywhere. With just regular all-season tires.
No, John Travolta in his Sydney house out here, he's got one. That's what he drives around out here in BC when he comes up here.
Oh, really?
And he's a big man too. Like a lot of people don't realize how tall he is. Professional wrestler big. Like he's like 6'5", and he's broad. He's a big man. And just watch him get in and out of this little car when he comes up here in the summertime. It's just hilarious. He's like, huh, okay. Well, that's what he drives still today. His own old MG. So.
Yeah, with a good vacuum gauge, that is your scan tool for an old car.
Yep.
You can tell so much from it.
Well, that's the thing. Vacuum ran almost everything on those old engines. Like even your windshield wiper and your air conditioning, your everything under the dash was runoff air.
Heater controls,
yeah,
brakes.
That was one of my biggest fears when I took the dash off the old trucks and cars, making sure that I did not break any of those airlines. Like,
oh God, especially in the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, they got crazy in the 70s.
Yeah. It was like, please don't break. No.
See, in the 50s, you had to be a mechanic. In the 70s, you had to be a plumber. In the 80s, you had to be an electrician to work on a car. And nowadays, you got to be a computer technician to work on a car. It's just a gradual evolution. I'd be happy if we just went back to being a plumber.
And before that, you had to be a blacksmith and a carpenter. What, you got a flat tire on your wagon? Don't worry, I'll spin you some new spindles, and Billy over here, he'll pound you out a new ring.
makes me wonder with all of this alternative fuels. I wonder if somebody's going to pick up on steam.
Well, there's a couple guys over in Russia that's got some cars that are running on steam engines.
Yeah.
And they're
It's
burning
endless
anything they
road.
can throw into it. They're not just using coal and wood. They're throwing everything they find into it. It's like free fuel.
Anybody want to see me abuse my cat? Yeah. She's always into everything, man. She's in one of them moods right now. Wants to chew in my cords, dig in the corner, knock shit on the floor. Sometimes I just gotta take her upstairs and lock her in the bedroom.
Or you could just be like me and just give up and let them own it all.
Nope. I'll refill the water bottle if I have to. But everybody have a good day.
Yeah, not bad. It's sleepy.
Yeah. I don't have raccoon eyes today, so yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, we had our Burger King car show first Saturday of the month. Not as big a turnout as I expected. Some nice cars, but most of them's what I'd already seen half a dozen times already. So, she's gonna be wet by the time.
Yeah.
Wendy, come
And
get your cat.
especially in the, what was it, 30, 37, 38? The last models
Hello, Dean.
when they were when they were able to start reclaiming.
Well, that's the thing. The old steam engines, they were smaller than all the equipment that we have right now to put out that power. The only thing is they were slow. But who cares? Like, who cares?
Oh, they were breaking records. It took gasoline a long time to catch up to the speed numbers that steam was putting out.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't beat the torque from the steam.
Yeah.
Nope. I've seen
They don't
steam
even have a
tractors.
transmission. You got so much torque, you just keep giving it throttle.
Mm-hmm. I've seen steam tractors beat out bulldozers, like literally drag the bulldozer across the field.
I can't think of that steam tractor, but it's you ever see it pulling the 40 bottom plow?
Yeah, I saw that one.
It's like just chugging along, man, just tearing up the earth.
Yeah, well, that steam engine has, I think, if it's the one that you're talking about, it has the world record for the most plows pulled behind it ever for a tractor. And they had like, I think it was like 40 or 50 guys sitting there manually running everything, and he just plowing the whole field in one big swoop. Meanwhile, for us, we'd have to have like 8 or 9 D10s doing the same thing.
Right.
There we go. I'll start a car company. Instead of calling it Tesla, I'll call it Yesla, and it will all be steam engines. A whole bunch of steam engines. I just have to find something that they can burn that's low emissions.
Right.
You will use nuclear fusion to heat the water. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I was saying if you could use used oil, I got a bunch of that out back.
Yeah.
Greta would probably frown on that though.
Good friend of mine got a 78 Honda Civic to run on peroxide and aluminum cans with hydrogen.
Cool.
But it didn't develop enough horsepower to do. It'd do about 6 miles per hour is all. and didn't have enough power to pull itself up the driveway.
Yeah.
But it did work. The car ran.
Well, that's the thing. I know a lot. There's a lot of guys up here that are literally running their generators and that off their exhaust, off their fireplace. They're
Wood fire.
Yep. Because that exhaust is combustible.
Yeah.
It's full of creosotes and all kinds of good stuff.
The only problem is you can't get much power out of it.
No.
There's a couple of guys around here that have done that too, done the wood burn conversion.
Yeah, not to change the subject, but do you know anything about silver certificates
A little bit.
other than they're old?
I've got some 20s stashed away.
Oh, well, Wendy was at work today and she called me and she's like, "There's some silver certificates in the drawer here," and I was like, "Wow."
Go get them.
Well, she went in the office and
Holy cow. Fivers?
15 of them. 5 of them are 1934 and the rest of them are 53.
Dang.
So I told her, it's like, because she said they went to the bank today and got change, and they was in some of the bills that they got from the bank. I'm like, well, go in the office and it's like, buy every one, get every one you can. And she come home and there was 15 of them.
Cool.
It's like, oh, great. There's $75 we don't have in the wallet now because we bought silver certificates, but it's worth the money.
There years ago, oh Lord, I was working at Spud House. Barely scraping by. Paycheck, living worse than paycheck to paycheck. But I went into a grocery store, cashed my check, and they paid me out in those $20 silver certificates. And I had to use 2 of them for gas. And I called my mom and I said, "Hey, I've got these. Can you, trade me out for them so I won't have to use them?" But I still got those. But I did have to use 2 of them to get gas.
That sucks.
That was right when my daughter was born.
Remember, what was it, back in the early 90s? I went to the bank. I deposited my check and I got some money back out of it, Deposited a nice round number and then ended up getting back 3 or 4 or 3 silver quarters in my change. And not silver, you can hear silver. You don't have to see it. You can hear it. And we ended up going back over to the bank and asked the lady if there was any more. And some old guy, it was right around Christmas time, somebody had cashed in $50 worth of silver quarters. They was rolled and they had X's on them. And, I told her asked her how many was in the drawer. And there's like, there's like another $47 in there. There's 4 rolls and whatever she dumped in. And I told her, usually you think people in the bank would know to look through money but I ended up getting $47.50 in silver quarters that day, which was a good thing. We ended up turning them around for 50 cents a piece and ended up made a mortgage payment. But we doubled our money. I didn't have time. I didn't think to go through and search every quarter to see if there was anything in particular. Not that I know what individual coins are worth. Some people know that shit off the top of their head. Oh, look for 1957, or whatever.
Well, some of those, I never heard the term silver certificate till today. I'm looking it up. And, wow, some of those things go for some big bucks, man. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Yeah, these have been in circulation quite a while. It makes me wonder. Somebody had to. I don't know why they would be so many in a batch of fives.
That's mattress money.
Yeah, makes you wonder.
My great grandma used to do that. Every time she'd get, a little bit ahead, she would wrap it up, and she's probably got money buried all over in her old property in mason jars. But
Right.
in her canning room, there would be a mason jar back in there with $1 bills or whatever. Depression era people, they didn't trust banks, but she trusted a mason jar.
Yeah. My brother's that way now. He don't trust the bank. Saying, well, the way the banks are nowadays, it's you almost don't want to trust them.
Them and insurance companies, they're in cahoots.
Like Dougster said, some dirtball cashed in somebody's coin collection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's happened quite a few times.
Well, you get these estate sales where people don't think of what the actual value is, and though it's like those like saying silver quarters. It's just a quarter to them. They Coinstar, ching ching ching. They'd rather have new money than the old money.
I wonder if Coinstar goes through all their coins and sorts them, or if they just, looks for old stuff like that, or if they just cash it in. Of course, a lot of banks won't even cash it in. Change.
Right.
Even with an account, they won't cash in change.
No, I ended up Wendy went to work
It's a
today and
different
took the
world.
card. I ended up I took the slant six down to the Burger King today for that car show, and I forgot I needed transmission fluid, so I ended up I had to go buy tranny fluid with rolls of quarters. The guy looks at me, he's like, "Are you sure there's $10 in here and not $9.75?" It's like I counted it twice. But tranny fluid was on sale. It was only 19 something for 5 quarts. It's like I'll be back over to get some more of that tranny fluid.
I remember when we was young, we used to go to the junkyard, get a part, and then you go through every car with a back seat. You jam your fingers into the seat, pull it up, and
Find
you
all the
find
change back there. Bench seats
sometimes
were
three
good
or four,
for eating.
$5, $6.
Bench
There's
seats were good
multiple
for
cars.
bench seats will eat anything.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just sitting on them a couple times and shit's gone. It's like a Cookie Monster. It's just because it's on a slope, and every time you bounce on the seat, it's getting deeper into the seat.
Sometimes we get lucky enough to pay for the part and a cup of coffee afterwards. So
There you go. Yeah, I'm going to have to investigate these silver certificates.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's crazy. Some of them are just outrageous.
And I learned something new today.
It's a shame you couldn't go to the bank and get silver for these. Not that $5 in silver would be a whole lot.
What is it that does the value? It's worth $5 worth of silver in 1930 whatever. So then they compound it for that, or I forget.
That would be nice.
But that's how they have to honor it, or I don't remember. It's weird. When Nixon pulled us off the gold reserve, it got kind of weird. Well, Franklin started it.
Yeah.
Not Franklin, not Ben Franklin, but FDR.
Ben Franklin.
That's the first thing I do. You get a new car in, it's treasure time. I go through everything. It's like a treasure hunt. Hot Wheels, old Hot Wheels cars, and all kinds of stuff.
French fries from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Those funny looking water balloons, you know.
Yep.
That was an interesting Wikipedia read. So now I know all about these things. Next time I see old U.S. currency, you'd be amazed at how much really old U.S. currency actually still floats around up here in Canada. That's the thing. There's lots of it still that circulates around up here because there's some old timers that held on to their the U.S. currency because they thought that it was going to become worth something. Now I understand why they were holding on to it. They're going across the border and trading it in for some silver.
We got lots of Canadian coin here.
Yeah. That's the one thing that I like about. I get a kick out of about foreign exchange rates across. Like you go anywhere in the world, a coin is only equal to the coin value, no matter which country you're in. So 25 cents Canadian is 25 cents US, but it's only on the bills. A dollar right now is like $1.29. Like for us to buy 1 year dollars. But hey, if I go down to the bank with a handful of quarters, I'm gonna get an even exchange rate. Like that. That's how us Canadians are gonna beat the American dollar system. We're just gonna go down there with our penny jars. Hey.
Until you're putting them in a soda machine.
Yeah.
Clink. What's wrong? Clink. What's wrong? Oh, it's a Canadian.
Straight through. Yeah. Fucking toss it behind you onto the pavement.
Hey man, most of our coins have a high aluminum count, and I hear that the United States is in need of aluminum right now. So I don't know.
I didn't see Ari come in.
That's how the United States will beat the tariff that was put on the aluminum. To start exchanging your coins for our aluminum coins, and they'll get all the aluminum you need.
I have some old World War II pennies. They call them steel pennies, but they're not made from steel. I think they're tin.
Yeah, 10. We did that in Canada too. We had 10 pennies
because all the copper was going.
Yep.
Well, that's the way pennies are now. They're just copper covered or copper coated tin.
Yeah. Just like most of our electrical wire.
In a way, that's a good thing, though. That's what cost Scotland its independence for the second go round.
Yeah.
The guinea was all based on gold. It was an actual gold coin. And when they struck out a big gold vein in South Africa, gold shot to the bottom, and Scottish money wasn't worth as much anymore, and they invested heavily for the other way to fund their independence, and they lost it all.
No. It's like, same as stocks taking the shit. Yeah, it's just like the US dollar now, the inflation.
Yeah.
It's not worth crap anymore.
I'm still trying to figure out how imaginary currencies called Bitcoin became worth so much.
I still can't figure that out.
I can't figure that.
Yeah, you can't even put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
No.
And who's controlling it? Nobody wants to say who. Nobody knows. It's a big magical mystery. Why? Because anybody who's got it all figured out can go and shut it off.
Yeah, and that's things like how, like it how it actually gets calculated. Like they're making money off people using the internet, and they're mining video data streams. But for what?
I can't
What
figure
are
it
they
out.
actually mining? Like I don't understand. It's like they
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an old car factory in Czechoslovakia, in Prague, that is just servers, just wall-to-wall
Yeah.
servers and it's a bit mining operation.
Yeah, it
And
makes
they're
you wonder
making
how that works.
millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're doing that. What does it mean?
that's the thing. It's like what, like is it speeding up the internet somehow, and they're making profit off that? Like none of it makes any sense to me. It's like, how can it something imaginary that's not tangible or actually has any worldly value have so much value?
Yeah,
My God.
and it's global.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can't hold it in my hand, it's not real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, it's like invest in Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, none of that. It's a
A lot of them
resource. It's a resource that's not tangible either.
Yeah,
Like
it's not based on anything.
Like it's not like no. Makes me want to go back through time and be the one that invented it. just so I can say you're all suckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy that invented it is probably another Wozniak. He didn't get nothing out of it, but Steve Jobs made bank.
Yeah. It's based on it. Yeah. Now,
Yeah, back when
eventually,
they introduced paper money, everybody was saying the same thing. But paper money is based on something.
well, paper money. The country could only print a value of paper money based on the gold resource that they had. That's why it was called the GDP. Because how much currency the United States could print, how much currency Canada could print, and each country could print, was based on how much gold they had in the reserve. And that's why the United States, for a long time, went buying gold from every single country, went buying it all up all they could, because they wanted to have the highest GDP, gold dollar value price, and they wanted to be able to print the largest value and have the largest value in dollar. And that's why the mint, like the reserves down in the U.S., are wall to wall, blocks and bricks. Like they have. I can't remember what the square footage was, but it's massive. But now they're selling it off to make electronics, because our dollar is not based on gold value anymore.
No,
It's
it hasn't been
based
for a
on
long time.
economic value. You're like you yourself, your currency. You are a dollar sign. So for every working citizen in our country contributing to society, that depicts our value of our dollar.
That and it's scary right now because the U.S. dollar is based on the petrodollar.
Yep.
On the how much oil is worth worldwide.
Yeah.
And that's kind of spooky with all this shift.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen.
And that's the thing. It's always baffled me why Canada has such a low dollar value, but when it comes to the gold value, because we got 3 times the amount of oil you guys do.
I know. 75% of our oil comes from you guys.
Well, we have the 3rd largest oil reserve in the world.
That tundra ain't worthless.
No, see, Canada intentionally keeps its dollar low, because a lower dollar value means that you can actually build a stronger economy, because outside companies that have their dollar values higher than us will want to manufacture and import through our country and buy our materials and resources, therefore making us more profitable. The problem with the U.S. right now is because once upon a time, the U.S. and the Canadian dollar, there'd be a point where they break even, and there are also points when the U.S. dollar would drop below the Canadian dollar, and we fluctuated our dollar value to keep both our economies going evenly and balanced. And we also had an open border agreement where we could trade resources back and forth and work together. That's the thing is when North America, Mexico, US, and Canada actually worked as a team, we were a powerhouse. Like, okay, you guys got the factories, you guys got the manpower, we got the metal, we got the aluminum, we got the oil. Mexico, you got the food. Okay, let's get to it. we used to know we as a nation, America, we were the most powerless thing in the world. We were unstoppable.
That's why all
I
the
miss
car
those
companies
days.
went up there, and we were coordinating with you guys, GM, Ford, Mopar.
Well, that's the thing. Pennsylvania would stamp out body panels. Michigan would do the rear ends and engine blocks, and Mexico would do some engine blocks and stuff like that, and also stamp out the roofs and the glasses made in California. Then we'd assemble in Michigan. We'd assemble in Montreal, and like we built a global powerhouse.
Yeah, we
Where
messed
we
it
went
all
wrong,
up.
I don't know, but something went wrong.
Well, we got an election year coming up, so maybe we can fix that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is I'm hoping that somehow we manage to push an early election up here, because the earliest that right now we have is 2025, and we got to get what we have up here out before he turns our country into a communist nation, because he's literally going in a communist route, and it's got me worried and stressed. Like that's the thing. Like we might be calling on you guys to help us win a civil war soon. Remember time we burnt down your White House? We're sorry about that. Can you come help us burn ours down? Oh God, no. Like that thing is it's kind of good that we got the U.S. social media kind of distracting everyone from our stupid gong show going up here. But I tell you, if you ever watched our gong show, you guys wouldn't feel so bad down there. I'm serious. You guys got it. Even with the bad government you guys still got it good. Like as of now, our social media is now being monitored and controlled. Like they're going to tell us exactly when we can stream, where we can stream, what we can stream, what we can post, and what we can watch, and stuff like that. It's getting horrendous.
Precious stone market. That's a weird one.
Oh yeah, we've got the world's largest diamond mine, the De Beers diamond mine. We got two of them. And they're pretty much. I think they're the third largest man-made hole ever made on the planet, next to that gold mine in Africa. No, that's the thing is we dig these massive holes and we keep forgetting to fill them in when we're done. Like, okay, you dug one hole. Where'd all the rocks go from that hole go? Okay,
Right.
So why don't we put them back in the hole, or the next hole you dig, take the rocks and put them in this hole? Because eventually this planet's going to be off balance because we've made too many holes.
Hopefully they dig the next hole a little somewhat close so they don't have to transport it very far. Landfill. Make it a new landfill. There you go.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like small miners, like for example, me on my gold claim, I have to reclaim the land. I have to restore it to its natural splendor, plant trees and all that stuff. But then we have all these mega mining corporations. They just make a big hole and fill it up with water and go, look, it's a lake.
Look, fish pond.
Yeah. But something that you can't swim in because it's full of mercury and lead and other poisons. And no. my
Well,
my
isn't the Camaro badge? Isn't that the flag of Quebec on
uh,
the emblem on a Camaro?
no, it
World
no,
biggest ball.
it's based off of the old British Imperial
Oh, is that what it is?
shield system. But it's not the no. We never us as Canadians. We'd never be that cruel to the world and use that flag for any emblem. We got stuck with the French. We tolerate them. We accept them. We remember the past and what they tried doing. Like like it wasn't the British that were the bad guys in America. It was the French and the Spanish that were the bad guys in America. It's the British that came in and said, "Okay, slavery bad. No slavery." French like, "What do you mean? I have cotton blends." No, it's like that's the thing. Is like that's the one thing that America forgets. The British came in and set down foundation that was improved on, but everyone kept fighting these rules that were laid down, not understanding that eventually in the future our laws will be based off of them. Like all the British were about, they were about going in, finding land, building new cities, building new factories, and that's all they wanted. They hey, look, there's Native Americans. All right, great on. More people for our nation.
More
Oh, you
labor.
guys want to come here? Come on over. Yes. It's like, but the rule was you had to be paid.
Poutines. Those are those French fry things, right?
Yeah, that's gravy, cheese curds, and French fries.
Yeah.
And now we add bacon to it, and it makes it even better.
Can't go wrong with bacon.
Nope. No, they say eating pork is the closest thing we can do to cannibalism. I don't care, man. I run out of bacon, my neighbor's gonna start looking pretty tasty then, I guess.
Make a hell of an omelet.
Now, as far as culture goes, though, like you said, Mexico, United States, Canada, we're all kind of in the same boat.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it if we all joined in.
Well, that's the thing is, if we acted the way that we did in the good old days, we'd be bossing it out. Like it's like that's the thing. We were once like that's the thing is like Canada's a country, the United States is a country, Mexico is a country, but North America is a nation, and as a whole,
Right.
we can survive. But the problem is we're being separated, and that's the thing is we all rely on each other because we just need each other. Like
I have a lot of friends from Mexico, a lot of friends from Canada. But boy, I'll tell you what, it is hard for a Canadian to get immigration status down here.
Yep.
You can come over and visit, but trying to actually become a U.S. citizen, if you're Canadian, that is a long process.
Yep.
Any of the British, the former British, even England.
Yep. All the Commonwealth countries.
Yeah.
But that all
ties you to immigrate. You can visit,
but that all ties back to the 1884 era. Honest, we're not coming here to colonize you, okay? This place has already been colonized. We're not coming to colonize.
And he married a girl that was stationed over there. She's a U.S. citizen, and he's constantly in threat of being deported. They got to keep every receipt. You go in their house, and they just got file cabinets full of receipts and bills, showing that he's, doing everything. It's weird. And it's because he's from England.
Well, just imagine how great it would be. We have got good hunting up here. Mexico's got good vacationing, and in the center, if we pull our labor force together, like okay, all your potheads and weed smokers, we can move them to Quebec and none of it, and the people that want to live on social assistance, they can go to Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan can use some more population, and we'll take some of our hardworking folk from there and move them down to the state side. And we got the people, the senior citizens, will move them to Mexico because they like Puerto Vallarta. So the seniors can retire down there. We'll bring the hardworking young people from Mexico up here, and we get them working. And there we'll just work it that way. Like the hardworking people in the central, build a giant infrastructure in the center, and
that's an idea. That's
all the lazy people and the disabled people. We put them in central Canada, and all the seniors will put them in the Mexico and Florida area. And there we go, problem solved.
That makes sense.
And the prisoners will move them all to Alaska. We'll put a big wall around Alaska and the Yukon Territory. And we'll just build a big wall, and we'll give them a survival knife and say, if you survive for 5 years, you get paroled.
You wouldn't need walls if you send them to the right parts.
Yeah.
Just drop them off.
Yeah.
With the knife.
What's that guy? Snake Plissken style.
Yeah. There you go. Turner for Prime Minister and President. Come on, let's go for it. I'll fix our world.
You should run.
Tell us how America became great again. Some crazy mechanic from Canada, just came up with this weird policy, about Mexico is the retirement village, Canada's the lazy bone village, and prisoners, well, they got a 50-50 chance, okay?
Well, yeah.
You got to do your Jim Ignatowski for your inauguration, though.
Yeah. I came down. I ran. But I forgot where I put the keys. I'm sorry.
Good.
I'll be right back.
Tim's got a good question, though. It's like, can Canadians just go on vacation to Mexico and then they can just come across the border down there? Just coming in a different door. Here we go. Been busy all day. She misses me.
Oh, she's a lovey. Oh, what a lovey.
I was wondering if anybody get that one.
Love that. I've read that book before it was a movie. Escape from Canada.
Today, Bear Gill.
Yeah, but I've met a lot of good people from Canada that, you guys are just like us down here.
We're the
Just
same
want to be
people.
left alone.
So some of us have a funny accent, but hey, so do some of you guys. like down there, you got some of you people speak alphabet. G, B, C, D, E, D, B, D, duck. No, D, I don't see D. Up here, we just say sorry a lot. Sorry, eh?
Hey, I got a cousin from Louisiana, and you need an interpreter.
I believe that.
That's the thing. We're all, we forgot what we came to this country, this land first. We came to escape the tyranny of a society that was damning anyone that did not fall into their category. We came here to escape persecution. So, literally, we're no different than Australia. We're founded off of criminals that were deemed criminals by their government because they did not follow their political needs. So we decided to come here and try to make a nation where our politics were for the people, by the people. But we forgot about that. We forgot about that. It's just like a lot of Americans don't realize that you guys are a constitutional republic.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone thinks you guys are a democracy. You're not.
No.
You're far better than that, but
That's one of the biggest trivia questions that most Americans get wrong. Who was the first president? And it's not the guy on the $1 bill.
Let's see if anyone in chat can get this one.
He gave us Thanksgiving. And he was actually an extremely good man. He just was president during the Articles of Confederation, and that Confederation doesn't work. It failed.
Actually, the funny thing about the Queen Elizabeth, she at every presidential, like the crown, every time a new president gets sworn in, they always come down because it's part of the treaty. The United States was granted sovereignty on a treaty. And she made a promise that the crown, the king back then, made a promise, should the United States ever fall under the tyranny of a corrupt government, the crown would come back and take control and use the country's military to remove that government to protect the people. And that's why the Queen has always been part of the crown has always been part of the United States, because they've sworn that if tyranny ever comes upon this nation that was given its sovereignty, they would protect it. So.
We had the second bout.
I'm learning all this history today, and I'm going to forget most of it.
Anyway, it was John Hanson was his name.
John Hanson. Yeah. But she does own the United States. She just
head of the army, commander-in-chief of the army.
But there is one thing. There are a couple places in the United States that are actually owned by the crown, and they're parks. And they're protected by the Native Americans that were granted the land by the treaty that was made when the Sovereignty Act went through and the United States got its independence.
And there was a lot of other ones too. That's where John Hancock was, and that was all during the Articles of Confederation, before the Constitution. Washington was our first constitutional president.
Yeah.
I just had a quick thought. It's like when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, how did they not fuck it up and have to start over again?
Oh, they probably did multiple times.
They didn't have whiteout back then.
No, they just threw it in the fire and they start penning again right from scratch. The scribes had sore hands and wrists.
You wonder how many times they had to refill the inkwell.
That's what Hancock did. He was the scribe because he had the best penmanship, and that's where. Oh, put your John Hancock down here.
That was some beautiful penmanship back in the day.
Yeah. A lot of people also don't remember that Alaska is still in dispute.
Yeah.
Does it belong to Russia or does it belong to the United States? And that's still in dispute.
The Pendleton?
Yeah.
Pendleton Treaty?
Yep. But that's the thing. The Russians, they got to find that crown.
That was first responder.
So, night first responder. But that's the thing. Like there's so much cool history about this country, like our nation. And we all forgot about it. And it's this history. It's remembering this history that could save our nation.
Yeah,
like
but
everything that we went through all the fighting, all the war, have we learned anything? No. We have forgotten how to love each other no matter what we are, who we are, and we've forgotten to respect each other's values and keep our values to ourselves and not force our values onto other people. And all sides are guilty of this. Every side is pushing their morals and their values on someone else, and someone else is pushing theirs on theirs. Keep your values to your family and to your home. Protect your family, and no one should control you or your family, but we should protect each other no matter what we are. So you could be a purple panda bear, and you should be treated the same as everyone else.
Right.
But as long as you understand, you don't go around telling everyone that their children have to be purple panda bears. That's a no-no. You don't go no side of the coin should be going in saying, well, the school should have to teach what we want. No, the schools should teach what schools teach. Arithmetic, reading, how to survive the world. You teach your children what you want in your house, and no one can supersede those teachings. That's where we're going wrong. We're making a generation where the family is not a family anymore. So.
Brian's got it right here. Who was it? Jeff Foxworthy said, I think it was Jeff Foxworthy, said politicians should have to get up there like NASCAR and do the hat switch and show every sponsor that they've got that got them there.
Yep. And none of that, politics wasn't a job that you got in to become rich. You got into politics to do the right thing for the country, because I remember at one time politicians were one of the lowest paid people on the totem pole.
Yep.
Like that's the thing is, like nowadays politicians get in it because they know they can make it rich off of it. They can make money off
the
of it.
same in Canada too.
Yeah, it's worse in Canada actually. No, like that, but that's the thing. Is like people got into politics because they wanted to make a change in the world. They didn't get into it for the racketeering and money.
That's cool, Ari.
People printing shakes too much homework. Oh, that's cool.
Very cool.
No. We just have to keep our fingers prayed and crossed. But I feel sorry for you guys downstate because you only have 2 large parties. You guys used to have 4 parties. You guys used to have a better selection of people to vote for. Now you guys only have 2, and the small guys don't get the attention they need.
Yeah. Now we vote for the lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah. That's the thing. Why don't you guys all team up and vote for one of the small guys running and give them a chance? Maybe those small guys might be able to do a better job than those big guys, because you guys do have a Green Party down there, and the Green Party is a little bit more negotiable, but you guys also have a couple other smaller parties that could maybe improve some things. But maybe it's time for us to just turn around and say, no, screw these big shows. Let's see what one of these little shows can do.
Do a no party.
Yeah.
And my pain in the ass is back.
And none of that. Like technically, we have this wonderful thing called the internet, and we have these wonderful thing called birth certificates and identification cards that have a barcode on them that can't be duplicated. Why don't we make a civilization where when a new law wants to be passed, every citizen votes on it? Like we got this wonderful thing. Why don't we make a government that's run by the people?
Then they would grab your information.
Like how it used to be. We used to just have people that represented us, our questions. We'd have town halls. We'd say, well, we'd like to see this happen. So our representative would go in and fight to make it happen. And then we'd vote.
Right there.
Like,
Brian's got it. He nailed it right there.
Yeah. Everyone wants to be special. Everyone wants to be standout. Everyone wants to have their own set of laws that pertains to only them.
That's why everybody's sick. We all have a problem.
Yeah. But that's the thing is we all have to start acting equal, because we keep saying, well, we all should have equal rights. Well, we do have equal rights. Everyone has to follow the same laws. Everyone has to follow the same rules. That's what equality is. And we make these rules so we have equality. And if we make special rules for one group, it is no longer equal. Therefore, fighting starts and bickering starts. That's why you make these rules. So we can't fight and bicker with each other because we all have to look at it. Hey man, I gotta live with the same crap as you, dude. I gotta pay the same tax as you, man. Yep, I got pulled over just like you did. I got my butt whooped by that cop last week, just like you. No.
That's all right. I know where all the speed traps are, so you slow down and go and buy them. Usually you're good.
Yeah, like, hey, I remember the good old days when we used to warn each other driving down the road. Hey, man, there's a cop coming. Nowadays, they're like, let them go.
Half the people nowadays wouldn't know what you're flicking your lights for anyway.
They probably think that you're giving them that you're giving the finger. They'll slam on the brakes, turn around, chase you down, and shoot you. Say, why'd you blink your lights at me? Ah! That's a cop.
Remember when cars had the passing on the on the turn signal? You pull it this way, and it was to flash your lights to pass, and it even was printed, engraved on the steering column right there. Said, "Pull this way for passing."
Yeah.
Nobody knows that anymore. You flash it and. They wonder what the heck is going on.
Half the people out there don't know how to drive nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
Put the dimmer back on the floor. Confuse the hell out of all of them.
Not me. My dimmer's still on the floor. Not that my lights work, but...
I remember when I bought my first truck that didn't have that. I was trying to figure out where my high beams were, man.
Trying to stomp it.
Where's the freak my high beam, man? What? It's right here. Oh,
on that MG, the horn was in the turn signal. You pushed it in.
Yeah.
My horn's on the A pillar. It's hardwired.
Got the button.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's right there around the 10 o'clock. All you got to do is just hit your fingers.
Yeah.
So I figure if people don't see me coming, they'll hear me coming.
Yeah.
We got a 6-volt horn, so it rattles a little bit. It's an attention getter. That's if it don't kill my whole electrical system.
It is an old Mopar.
What is it, the bolt connector there in the firewall? Once in a while, it just
gets a little warm.
I gotta go under the hood and wiggle wires until I get my horn back, and then I know I got power back.
Reach up and touch the amp gauge and the dash.
No, it's in that.
That sucker's getting hot. Look out!
I was talking with some Ford fanatics about.
Hey, Ryan.
How's it going?
Happy Saturday.
Hello, nice to meet you, Dusty.
Yeah, did you see my comment before I came in?
Yeah.
Look out, it's going to be a long night.
Wow, we did a marathon last night. I'm still feeling
7 hours.
Wow. My record's 7.5 right now, so
I want to do a 12 or 24 is what I'm wanting to do.
Well, a couple more and you'll be there. Yours just tends to run long anyway.
I had to say something. You were talking about how everybody should vote on every law. You can't really do that because then the population centers control the entire country, and all it takes is one party to control the population centers.
Yeah,
it's just like what's happening like what's happening in Colorado right now. They voted to reinstate the wolf population. Well, it was the people in the cities that aren't going to have to deal with the wolves.
Yeah.
So they're putting wolves back into the country, and these people are dying because wolves kill people.
Yeah.
I know up in Canada, you guys know wolves kill people because you guys still have them up there.
Yep.
That's where they're coming from.
Well,
They
but
devastate
they're leaving
livestock.
Canada because they're scared of us now.
Yeah. It's like, look, they're going to feed us all these nice, juicy people down in America. Let's go.
Yeah, there's people that don't carry big knives around. We're the country that have people that walk around the bar and see a black bear and kick him in the head. I'm guilty of that twice. My uncle Paul fought one hand to hand and won.
Oh, but just that's what you get. The thing is, if that was to
Yeah.
happen, here, and you were to say, you were to say, yeah, I kicked the black bear in the head, there'd be somebody standing right behind you. Oh no, you need to save the bears. You can't hurt the bear. It's a big cuddly thing with claws and teeth that want to tear you apart. Is what it is.
It's a big cuddly. Go pet it and be nice to it.
Yeah. So
Well,
I
see,
had said last
Yeah.
night, all the people that want to save the polar bears. Polar bears are the
Well-
most vicious animal on the planet.
Yep. The only true carnivore.
That's the one thing that I do admire that I want to see our country push is the National Parks Act, because that prevents cities from expanding into habitats where animals can continue to exist, and also it also creates a way to protect people from the animals
Mhm.
without having to kill the animals, because that's the thing is these animals do play a role. Now, polar bears are starving because of our mistakes. So, should they pay for our mistakes? No. But what can we do to change that fact? Is relocate them to another part where they can exist and survive.
But see, then and people act like animals are stupid. They're not.
No.
They're going to move on their own.
Yeah. They're
They're
trying.
going
They're
to
trying
move
to
where
do
it's
what they
safe
can
for
survive.
them. That's why there's coyotes in every state in the United States now.
There's
They
coyotes
are
in Central
smart
Park
animals.
in New York City.
They're impossible to kill. They're impossible to kill off.
They're smarter than we are.
Well represented.
In some ways, I think so.
Well, see, that's the thing is with the expansion of human civilization, we have to eventually make a choice. Do we want wildlife or do we not want wildlife? And what happens to the world if we don't have wildlife anymore? Like that's the thing. But we have to find a way to balance it. Like when population gets out of hand, yes, control the population, because if we control the population, it also helps that species.
But
Because
it's
now that
not out of hand. You're talking about the population of the animals. Our population, the human population.
Humans too, like
But people say that people say the human population is out of hand, but it's really not. It's really not. You look what's going on in Russia. You know why Russia's doing what they're doing now? Because in the next 20 years, they're going to die a slow death because they're not making new Russians.
Yeah. Yeah.
People aren't having babies. The same thing is happening in China.
Yeah. Even in America here, where a lot less people are having children nowadays. But that's things. We had a population boom. Now we're having a population decrease, and it fluctuates. The human species fluctuates up and down. But that's the thing is, if you look at the square foot, like the square mileage of the world and the population, like our planet can still handle another 10 billion people. It's just managing people and keeping those people alive. That's where we fail. But also, and like now that we can cohabitate with other species on the planet equally. We just have to learn how to do it sensibly. But that it's like
Well,
that's
yeah, that's why certain
good answer.
that's why in New Jersey black bears are a problem. Because people won't keep their damn trash cans closed.
Yep.
The bears are going to go where the food's at. The animals are going to go where the food's at.
Yep. And then it's the bear's fault.
and where it's easiest to get it, but
Yeah.
like, but like
Yeah.
that
All that bear wants to, all that bear's trying to do is survive.
yeah. But then like not that you look at the mass of the population that hunts out here, and the percentage of wild game meat that they take, they're taking from other animals and their habitat for their food. So that's another conundrum. How do we deal with that? Like, we have got so many issues that we need to work on, but we're not focusing on them, and we're not coming up with proper solutions and stuff like that. Like
Well,
unfortunately, we do have to control the animal population in some way, but we have to do it in a way that we don't cause an extinction or damage the environment or ecosystem.
Yeah,
But
they got to keep that balance.
like that, but that's the thing. But that, honestly, I think the world with a slightly smaller, like 20% population, would actually be a better world, because it would be easier to manage, easier to feed, easier to produce for, and easier to survive with less strain on the rest of the world. So
well, I think what really needs to happen is the population, and it's decreasing, and it's going to decrease, and it's going to decrease down to probably levels where people are like, oh shit, there's not enough people to help and feed
yeah,
everybody. You know what I mean? But then they need to,
yeah,
as they grow the population, think about the things you're talking about and make it sustainable to grow the population.
yeah,
Because we need people on this earth to because I don't farm, I don't hunt,
yeah.
I don't, I go to the grocery store,
Yeah.
which is
Good.
honestly, if you look at it, is the weirdest thing on the planet,
Wendy, come get your
to have
cat.
somebody bring you your food instead of people going out and getting their own food. We're
Yeah.
the only animal that does that.
Yeah.
But now, and then but see, you have people who complain about hunting, like oh, you're being cruel to that animal. No, you're
I'm,
not.
I'm being humane about it. One shot
That's
can
the
kill.
thing. If you don't shoot that animal, you shoot that animal, it falls over dead, done. What happens if a bear gets a hold of that deer? Bears
Yeah.
start eating before the animal is dead.
Yeah.
It's like that is the most horrible way that you could
Oh,
possibly
oh,
die, is
but
to die
but
before
that
you get
that's
named.
that's their nature. That's how they are.
Yeah.
We have the same nature. We're animals too, and we're savage. We're vicious,
Mhm.
and we eat things. Like that. That's things like, I'm not anti-hunting. I'm pro. Like, people have their culture. People have their way of living. But
Yeah,
I'm pro. Only kill to eat. Don't kill for show. Don't kill for sport.
yeah. That's
And
stupid.
like,
That's stupid.
and like people that go like, oh well, okay, if you're gonna make mittens or boots out of it, yes, but eat the meat. Like, I'm gonna go kill a bobcat because I need boots. No, go kill the rabbit because I know you're gonna eat the rabbit and it's the same fur. like, don't kill the
Or
bobcat.
if you're not going to eat the meat, give it to somebody who needs it.
Yeah, like that. That's the
Don't
things like,
waste.
yeah, like, because like that's things we have cultures that's their life. They don't go to the grocery store. It's their way of life. So we have no right to tell them they can't do that.
Yeah.
We have no right. That's like telling a Christian he can't be a Christian. That's like telling anyone that they can't be what they are. It's like, we have no right. Like, what you do in your lifestyle, you do. Don't tell me
My
to live your life.
rights
Don't tell me how not to live my lifestyle. So
my rights end at my property line.
yeah,
And that's where a lot of people have gone overboard, because they don't realize your rights end at your property line.
yeah,
Well,
Once you go past that, your rights don't mean anything, really.
yeah.
everybody should have the right to do anything as long as you don't infringe on anybody else's right to do the exact same thing.
That's right.
And if you keep that philosophy,
Yeah,
I think I think gay married people should be able to defend their pot farms with guns.
yep. Well, that's the thing is, I'm pro LGBTQ. I'm not pro LGBTQIA plus because they're the ones that are forcing their opinion on other people. I am pro religion, but I'm not pro fanatical religion because you got the fanatical religion saying our Bible is the law, our laws in our country should be based off of that. No, like in my opinion, church stays in the house, in the family, in the church. You raise your family the way you want to raise your family. Your kids learn what you want your kids to learn. In the LGBT community, raise your kids however you want to raise them. Don't tell other people how to raise them. And LGBTQ stays in the house, in the home, out of schools, and
Mhm.
like none of that. We should just keep the stuff out of the public.
Well,
Like
but it's the whole thing, like
no
I said
need to go
before.
around kissing and making out and doing all this weird stuff and pride parades or celebrational parties for certain groups. It's just ignorant because like no, we all share the same pride. We share a human pride. So
Well, but that's the
celebrating
thing, okay? Even if you want to do that, if you want to have a pride party, they happen all
yeah
the time. But what people
yeah
do is they rent spaces in a park, and they go and they have their little pride thing. It doesn't hurt
yes
anybody,
yeah
and they do their thing, and they go home. It's
yeah
like I said though, everybody wants to be special. You're not special. I'm not special. Nobody in this chat, nobody anywhere is special. You're a
no
human being.
I don't
You
want to
should
be
all be
special.
treated exactly the same.
And every special person that I know doesn't want to be special either. They just want to be treated like everybody else.
no
Yep.
And
no
that's that's what my teachers used to tell us in school. You are not special.
yeah no
You don't deserve anything. But if you tell a kid now in school that he's not special, oh my God, you're fired.
yeah.
Yep.
And like there's so many solutions like this whole entire changing room thing. Why don't we just make like I firmly believe that there's two genders and then there's an anomaly and that but why don't we make a one change room that's uni, one that's biological for each gender, for so people have their sense of privacy. But then we have a uni, and then we have like trans male, trans female. Because the honest truth is, if like there are only two genders, you can choose one, whichever one you want. When you're old enough to make the decision, and you're doing it on your own free will with no influence, do it. But just remember, you're never going to be a woman. You're never going to be a man. You're going to be a trans man and a trans woman. You're gonna always be different. You're never gonna and like we have special needs Olympics, so they want to have sports events. Let's make the trans women's Olympics, the trans men's sports events, so that way
Right.
they can be in their own genre without infringing on other people. And it's not being ignorant; it's being fair. We're giving you your own specific
Yep.
change room. We're
But
giving you
here's
your
the
own.
thing, though. It's not as far as like the
Have you?
sporting events and everything. It's
Yeah.
not the government or anybody else's place to come up with those sporting events. It's their
No,
communities. Their
and that
communities should come up with their own thing.
And that's the thing is a
Yeah,
sports
for
club
good
should
Lord,
have
leave
the
comedians
right to
alone.
make their own rules on who can compete. Like that's the thing is a sports club or any club should have the right to make their own rules on who can join that club to their rules. Why would anyone want to join a club that don't want them anyways? Like that's a
Yeah,
stupid like that's a stupidity.
that was that was my whole thing. Whenever they were talking about the bakers and the florists for the gay weddings and the Christian bakeries,
Yeah.
the people who were Christian, they didn't want any part of that.
Yeah.
My whole thing was, why are they harassing those people? What happened
Yeah,
to
why?
all the gay bakers?
They're not the only bakers out there. There's other.
Yeah.
No.
What
There's
happened to all
Yeah.
the gay bakers? Wouldn't
Well
you
that's the thing
want
is
to support somebody in your community?
yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Like that that's the thing is like that's the thing there are some churches that will accept the gay community. Go be a part of that church. Don't try to force yourself onto some other church that has their own rules in that. Do not
I
try to
have to
force
respect.
yourself onto everyone else. That's why people hate you, because you force yourself onto them. If you stop forcing yourself, like I remember there was a time that you could be anything you wanted because you didn't force yourself on people and people didn't care. They treated you like everyone else. Oh well,
And if somebody didn't treat you like everybody else,
yeah,
they were the asshole.
that's right.
You know,
Like,
if
like
somebody like, well, it's the same way with racism. You know,
yeah,
it's like I don't treat black people any different, and the people that do are fucking assholes.
yeah. Like like it's like this world is it's just horrible because it's the mentality of the population, and we just keep forgetting that at the end of the day we're all the same thing. We're all the
Yeah,
same person. We all have the same rights. We all have the same freedoms. We just don't need to be pushing on each other and stuff like that, fighting with each other and stuff like that. We don't like like that's the thing. It's like when you were in school, if the kid didn't like you, you didn't try to play with the kid. You went and played with some other kid that liked you.
yeah, you found friends.
Right.
Like that's the thing. Is
Went
like
and found your own group.
yeah, like that's the thing. Is in the cafeteria we had 12 different tables, 12 different groups, and those are groups that we sat with, and we that's how we grew up. Like that's and we didn't go over to the other tables. We're gonna sit here because we can. Like,
Because we can. Yeah.
and look at us now. We're segregating ourselves again. Like we're going backwards. We're totally like that. That's the thing. We all just need to like the biggest thing right now is this whole entire Bud Light stuff, D Walt stuff. People keep forgetting that Bud Light never stopped having their big buff guy riding the horse. They never stopped having their beautiful bikini babes. They just decided to choose a spokesperson to get their product into another market group. That's what they did. They just chose a spokesperson. They, hey, well, this spokesperson will lure people from this market to our product. It was a promotional thing to get a new demographic. That's all it's about. It's about demographic. That's why we donate to charities.
Yeah, but it didn't work out.
To come to give us business.
It didn't work out for them very well.
No, it didn't. But that's the thing. Their timing was bad because what happened just weeks before they decided to do that. Had they waited a couple months or maybe or that, like it would have been different. It could have been different, but it's circumstances.
Well, and the bad thing about I live close to St. Louis, and it actually bothers me now because that's like a major contributor to our area. Is
Mine too.
Yeah.
But
They say 70% of all Budweiser comes from right here. All the barley's grown just north of me.
the thing is, though, the problem is now that they walked it back, trying to save face, they can't sell Bud Light in gay bars either because they walked it back.
That's the thing. They should have just stood their ground and said, "Look, we're just trying to get a demographic." They should have just stood their ground and said, "We're doing this to get a demographic. It's a market. We have your market. We have your market. We want this market now." That's all it's about, people. But that's the thing. We have extremists in this world that just have to blow things out of proportion. And that's the one thing that we have to stop doing. We, the people that don't want to see this bigger anymore, have to look at these people and say, you know what? It's cool that you have an opinion, but don't attack people. Don't attack them.
The thing is, the problem is, if it would have happened, if it would have happened in a time before the internet, they could have done that whole promotion and just kept it straight in gay bars and where it needed to be, and nobody else would know about it. The problem is now the information is just flooded everywhere all the time.
That's the thing. Pre-COVID, they could have done it and it would have been fine because you know, pre-COVID, there was none of this pronoun stuff. There was none of this weird stuff going on. There was none of this specialty treatment. All this happened when everyone sat at home, sat in front of their computer because they had nothing else to do, and they became brainwashed by social media. But literally 3 years ago, our world was normal.
When people get bored, that's when they start coming up with stupid shit.
Yeah. I would love to see how the world, what would become of the world if we just turned the internet off for 1 year.
Oh,
Turned it off.
Oh Lord,
No,
yeah.
no. I like my internet.
I like my internet too, but hey, I'm willing to sacrifice if it can benefit the world.
You know what I think? And I've actually
the
put
world
some.
would go crazy.
I'll record videos and I'll mail each one of you a copy of the video, and we'll communicate that way, VHS style. Come on, you guys still got a VHS somewhere around there. I know you do.
I've put some thought into the whole pronoun thing, and really, if you think about it, if you look back in history, we're a tribal society.
Yeah.
And even religion is part of our tribal society.
Yeah.
And really, if you look at these kids and they say their pronouns, they're wanting to get away from religion, but it's still in their head that they have to have something.
Yeah.
So basically, when they state their pronouns, they're basically saying, "This is my soul. This is how I feel my soul is."
Yeah.
If you were to put it to like a Christian, that's what they're saying. Now the problem is when they're like, "Well, you can't misgender me." Yeah. Well, how am I supposed to know?
Yeah.
You know, how am I supposed to know? You look like a man. You talk like a man. You got facial hair. I'm going to call you sir.
Yeah.
You look like a woman. I'm going to call you ma'am. I don't automatically know what your soul is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is all they have to do is just say, okay, if you want to call me by my pronouns, these are my pronouns. Don't get mad at a person for misgendering you. Just tell them I'm a pronoun person. If that person says I don't believe in pronouns, tell them your name. Let them call you by your name.
Yeah.
What would all lead
Give them that
to?
option because nowadays I just walk up to a person and I say, "Excuse me, I would just like to know your name." That's why we have name tags at stores and that. So I don't have to call you he, she, it, that. I can just call you Sarah. I can call you Bob. I can call you this.
Mhm.
I'm not misgendering you. I'm not being mean to you. I'm not being cruel.
I mean,
And-
if they want
but-
you, if
but
they
if I
want you
want
to
to-
call them he, they, or whatever, are they assuming that you're going to be talking about them when they're not there?
Yeah, like that's the thing. Is like,
What it leads to is nobody wants to talk to anybody anymore.
well, see,
Yeah.
Even in the
that's
phone.
It divides us even more as people.
Now
It
it's-
divides us even more.
and people
Phone
that want to accept
conversation
the
is going
pronouns
down.
things, they can talk pronouns with themselves in their group. But the people that don't want to be part of that pronoun group, just tell them your name.
Yeah.
Just give them a name. That's all you need to do. Like it's that simple. Like just like okay, I know you have. I'm going to respect you because you want to be called by pronouns, but I do not believe in that. I would wish to just have a name to call you by, so I can call you by name. So just give me a name. Make up a name. Just give me a name, so I don't take the chance of offending you.
Well, or you know what? If it really means that much to you that you're called she, look like a she.
Yeah,
I go with what I look like. I go with what I see.
I'm a ma'am,
You know.
and get pissed. I'm a ma'am.
Yeah.
You look like a sir to me, but hey, you know who am I?
Well,
Yeah.
I've been for the last 4 months, I've been self-identifying as God. So
Yeah.
I identify as an automotive hack on YouTube.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm
And you know what? But you know what? We're putting in the effort to where it looks like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah, I haven't been putting out any videos to show it, but you know, I'm trying.
Do you know how hard I work on making myself look like a crazy nutcase? Okay, it's a lot of.
It looks like it comes natural to you.
I wake up in the morning and I'm clean. My hair's slicked back. I'm wearing a business suit. I wake up. I have to go out, roll in the dirt, rub some grease on me. I got to go fight a bobcat and go get beat on by a bear, and then I'm ready.
Then you're ready for the day.
Yeah.
I don't claim as anything but old. Yep.
Older, not old.
Don't claim to be anything but old now. Yeah.
How old are you, Tim? whether it's a state of mind or what your body feels like. There's two different things.
And you know, that's something I couldn't tell anybody because I don't know how old I am. When everybody asks me, I tell them 73. Do the math because I'm not going to. I don't know. It's not in my brain.
My mom's the only reason. Thank God that she's still alive. She's the only one that reminds me when my
I
birthday.
laughed on that video.
Literally, I thought my birthday was 1 week later, but no, my mom sent me a face. Oh, by the way, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. And by the way, you're just old right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me I'm getting older. No.
I don't know. I like that. I kind of like the way Joe Rogan put it. You only have one birthday. It was the day you were born.
Right.
All the other ones are anniversaries, but you only have one birthday.
According to my mother and my father, there was a giant thunderstorm outside, and they heard a noise in the field, and they went out and they found me. So I don't know where I came from, because so far nothing's been able to kill me. And trust me, they've tried. Even my father used to try. Here, hold the spark plug, hold the fire.
Oh, that was a rite of passage.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way. That's the easiest way to tell if you're getting sparked. Here, hold this. If they don't drop it, damn.
Right.
Okay, hold this one.
And, you know, I guess that's why they used to have so many kids, because it only works once.
Yeah.
So you got to have a whole batch of kids to test it every time it goes wrong.
Well, it was so backwards. Like, I kept asking my dad, "Why did you buy Preston a brand new car? He's an idiot. He's never going to be able to buy one himself." Well, why don't I get a car? I even tried acting like I even had an car accident that gave me brain damage. My dad still kept saying, "You're still the smartest kid, so you're on your own."
Tim is 70.
I know that feeling.
I'd love you. 70 going on 38.
I'm 50 this year. 50.
50.
Yeah.
I'm 59, so I'm 59. But my mentality, I seriously, when you guys get to know me, I have the brain of a 100-year-old, but I've got the mentality of like a 12-year-old.
Oh yeah, you have to.
But that's the thing is, I got that excuse. I've got brain damage. I'm allowed to be that way.
It's no fun if you don't act like a kid for your entire life.
Well, at least you're legit.
I remember getting arrested when I was 22 years old with my friends playing The Ground is Lava in some playground because we were bored and had nothing better to do and we were out of beer. And the cops came by. "What are you guys doing in that playground?" It's like, "You better get off the ground. That's lava, officer. You're burning. You're burning." "How old are you guys?" "I'm 20. I'm 24. I'm 23. "What the freak is wrong with you kids? You dumbasses."
Yes. Michael and Christine not only lied to.
Yeah, it's impossible. No.
Saying nowadays you get people's like, "Well, guess how old I am." It's like, nope. I've never guessed people's ages because you could be so wrong.
Yeah. You look at the Asian world, man. What's her name? That one kung fu movie lady. Oh, what's her name? I love her, and I can't remember her name. I feel like a dumbass now.
How can you love her if you don't know her name?
She's like 78 years old, but she literally looks like she's 30.
Like Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, like Eddie Murphy too. He doesn't age.
He's like,
Jesus.
what, 80?
Yeah.
And he still looks like he did in Raw.
Is that how old Eddie Murphy is now? 80.
I don't know. I think he's like
He's up there, man. He's like
upper 70s at least.
Google search.
Yeah, because I grew up watching him, and I'm 59, so he's got to be at least 10, 15 years older than me. So,
but
Eddie
you see him in like these new interviews and stuff, he looks just like he did in Raw. What happened?
Eddie,
62.
62?
62.
62.
He looks good for 62.
Yeah,
Damn.
like that's the thing. They
And then you look at Morgan Freeman, and I think he was born that way.
yeah, he's looked that old his whole life.
Love Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
I mean, he played a great role in Shawshank.
Yeah.
I remember when he was on the
That's one of
electric
my
company.
all-time favorites is Shawshank. Tim Robbins. He played a good part in that too.
Now imagine Morgan Freeman and Clint Eastwood running our countries.
Oh man, it picks out a lot of things.
So,
I could see that. I'd vote for that.
like Clint Eastwood would take care of the hard stuff, like he did in that his last movie he did there. He pulled no guns. Like he pulled all the guns on that one. Like,
Gran Torino.
yeah, Gran Torino. He
Great movie. We watched that a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Great movie.
Mario.
The problem is our president is the same age as Clint Eastwood. So that's where you
Yeah,
run
but
into
see,
the
Clint
problem.
Eastwood still has his wits about
He
him and
still
still can
has
talk you around. Morgan Freeman, he just talks and we'll all calm down. Like when the world starts getting crazy, we'll put Morgan Freeman on TV and he can start talking about our world and that, and we'd all just calm down. Well, there was that day that we were out in the field, and oh, Morgan. And then when the hard stuff has to be done, Clint Eastwood will come out and go, well, do you feel lucky, punk?
You're lucky.
No, who we need is D. Snyder.
Yeah.
When they came after us on the First Amendment, he went in front of Congress.
Yeah.
With John Denver and Frank Zappa.
Yep.
No, you know what we really need? We need comedy to come back.
Yes.
We need Andrew Dice Clay to come back. We need Sam Kinison to come back.
Christopher Titus.
Yes.
Merlin.
Yeah.
We need movies like Blazing Saddles.
Yep.
That'll never happen again.
Oh, my
it
God.
will. It will. It will.
Have you seen the new
Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder. Another great
History
movie.
of the World Part 2? Have you seen that? It's horrible. I tried to watch it because I like the first one. I like Mel Brooks.
Couldn't
I
do
like
it.
Mel Brooks a lot.
Yeah.
I could not watch the new one.
The thing is, it's coming back around.
Sticks
really
and stones
is.
may break
It
our
really
bones,
is.
but words will never hurt us. That's what we all need to live by.
That needs
Sticks
to
and
come
stones may
back,
break
yes.
your bones, but words will never hurt. A joke is a joke. And some of the best jokes I've ever heard were like a white guy makes a black guy joke, then the black guy makes a white guy joke, then the black guy makes a Chinese, and some of the best humor in the world.
Why we need that stuff.
And do you know why we did that? We made these jokes to alleviate the tension between two different groups. When we
Yes.
are able to laugh at our own flaws of our culture, we were able to relax with each other. It's like, oh, wow, man, that's actually pretty cool. And
Even the jester could make fun of the king.
Yeah.
He was the only one that could, but he could do it and get away with it, and that was the reason he was around.
Yeah.
Until
Like
they
that,
pissed the king off one time, and then it was to the gallows, or to the dungeon.
Well, there's such a thing as going too far.
Right.
Yeah, Dice is still out there, but Dice kind of went sideways.
Yeah.
He's just too old to do what he used to do.
Like, if we can't learn to laugh about our flaws and laugh about our weakness, then we will never evolve as a higher species. We all have our butts so puckered tight that will blow up because our shat will never come out of us.
Dave Chappelle for president.
Oh yeah, Dave Chappelle's one of them. Yeah, like I said, it's coming back around to where people are like, okay,
Well, Dave
That was
Chappelle, he keeps it real.
Yeah.
And
I
he's
like
not
him a
afraid to
lot.
keep it real.
I like him a whole lot.
No.
But yeah, that's the whole thing. And like I said, you can see it coming back around, and it never really left because even these super woke people, if you get them in a room together, they make their own little jokes. And it's like, okay, well, but why can't everybody do that? And that's the way it's coming back around. So everybody's doing it. It's like, oh, all right.
And most people in that community just want to be left alone.
Most people in general just want to be left alone.
I would not have made it so far as I have in life if I haven't learned how to show humility out of myself. I get people that stare at me because I have a physical difference from other people because I had testicular cancer and prostate cancer, and both of them had to be removed. I am the real Bob from Fight Club. Like I ended up, I grew big breasts, but up here in Canada, I got to pay to have those removed. So I went, hey, you know what? The powers that be, the universe made me this way for some reason. Maybe it's just to show greater humility to the world. But people will look at me and they'll be staring at me. They'll look at me. You want to hear the story why I got boobs? Well, there's this one day.
I thought you were going to say you had testicular cancer. You just walked around showing everybody.
I've got little breasts, but
I think I'd have to end the stream on that one.
Yeah.
But people look at me funny. I said, "You want to hear the reason why I got these?" Well, it was a court-ordered mandate by the judge. I had to get my own so that I'd stop running around playing with everyone else's. And people, their jaws just drop, and it's like, yes, I got to break the ice, that's how we just like make people break. Like instead of people holding contention against you, you see someone that might be holding contention about you, crack a friggin' joke, and that contention just disappears. And that opinion that they had of you disappears.
Yeah, it's a way of breaking the ice.
Yeah.
It's just we all just need to learn how to just show a little humility every now and then, and just be nice to each other, and remember, a joke's a joke. We're not doing it to hurt people, and just
it's back to
that.
Stones.
I know Brian is a Mopar guy. You know, I know it's a handicap, but I feel for you, man.
Well, that's the thing.
BareRose, you know.
I heard the best one the other day, because there's always the old joke that Chevy guys invented sex, Ford guys said you can do that with women, but Mopar guys said you can take that out of your own family.
I tell all my Ford friends that I remind them that Ford lost their first race against an electric car. So,
as far as going fast was it, those electric cars got everybody beat.
Oh,
that Tesla Plaid's a monster. If all you want to do is go fast.
Well, up here in Canada, Ford raced an electric car before Ford was even a big thing to get an investor, and Ford literally had to cheat and buy his way out of that race because that electric car was whooping his butt left, right, and center. and this was some car from over in Europe.
Well,
but it's just the Teslas are just so plain looking.
30-something% of all American cars, way back, early 1900s, over 30% were electric.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the thing is, it's also like if they ever go through with the electric car mandate, I have always said, for a daily driver, get me to work. Yeah, give me an electric car. All I gotta do is plug it in at night. I get in, because I got a 45-minute drive to work. I can punch in a button that says go to work. I got an extra 45 minutes of sleep before I get to work. I'm ready for that.
Set your alarm 5 minutes before you show up.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, I would own a Tesla because Tesla is the only all-American car company right now. They're not owned by anybody else but a guy he's American now. Elon Musk is awesome. I love the
Yeah. Well, see, do you know why back in those days, electric cars were a big part of the market? Because we had the infrastructure already being built. Because you got to remember, back then everything was DC power. So when your car died, it was only a bunch of 6-volt cells. You just had to pull it close to the closest power pole and run your jumper cables and charge off the DC line that was running.
And we didn't
And
travel as far as we do now.
roads, the only
You
roads
know,
were in cities.
Yeah.
If you got out of a city, it was all dirt and
If you
hard
drove over
struggle.
20 miles in a day, you were tired. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Henry Ford was actually also him and Rockefeller. He teamed up with them and other investors, of course,
Yeah.
to pave our roads, because the more roads that they built, the more cars they could sell.
Cars they'd sell. Yep. Kind of a way you can say Ford actually did build America.
In a way, yeah.
It's
in
scary.
many different ways. Yeah.
And then he went wacko.
Yeah.
He was going to run for president, and he was going to outlaw music and dancing. He hated dancing. He was wacko. He was weird.
So whenever I hit that pothole, I'm gonna go after Ford now. You guys built the road. You built it just like you do your trucks. So I want a warranty, okay?
BareRose, I just saw on the Holly thing.
Oh no!
Yeah, you need to find a Pinto and put a 302 in it because the headers, a set of headers for that are only $193 right now.
I can't find it now.
I would love to have a 302 Pinto.
That would get it done.
And now that the headers for it are only $193 on clearance. Hell yeah.
Where's it? Where'd it go?
What, you don't want a Pinto?
First, you got to find a Pinto that still has a body
I
on
know
it.
where there's 3 of them still.
Oh, can you get them cheap? Because they're actually crazy priced right now.
$400 for all of them.
Yeah, buy those because you probably sell them all for $3,000 each if you throw them up on Marketplace. I'm not joking. Look at it. Look up Pintos on Marketplace.
I've been
Even
seeing
the old
it now
Chevelles
for
are
the
going
past
for big
10
money.
years that the Mustang 2 is going to come back. People are going to finally realize what exactly the Mustang 2 is. It's a Pinto
Yeah,
with a Mustang style.
but
And
it was
they
a
are
V8
right.
Pinto.
Those cars you could make super fast, crazy fast.
But it's like all these cars that were like that, all the Chrysler A bodies, Dusters, Darts, they're going for crazy money right now. But they made so many of them. So many of them. Everybody and their brother owned a Dart or a Duster or a Nova, or they were just get to work and get home cars. They were made a couple of nice ones, but that's all they were.
Hey, BareRose, you're a Ford guy.
Not really, but
Well, you got a better idea than I do. What motor is this?
that's a 302.
That 302?
Yeah. Narrow Valley.
All right. I kind of figured it was. Saying that was down there at the car show today. It was in a Maverick. It looked really nice.
They fit in a Maverick good. Well, a
Mavericks
302
were
fits in
nice looking cars.
anything so good.
Mavericks were nice looking cars. You know what else? Javelins. The 70s Javelins were amazing cars. I'm gonna own one someday.
I tell you, that car is gonna be the next hot thing. I've been saying it for about 10 years now, and I owned one, and I hated it. I absolutely hated that car, but now I kick myself so hard for getting rid of it. I gave it away.
Gave it.
That's the car I got pulled over in because it was smoking. And I told the car, well, you should ride in here. Had so much blow by, it would boil up under the dash. Oh. But I didn't care. I hated that car. I just
This is funny. See his square body, nice lifted truck with the
dinosaur cowboy wheels on it.
God, that's ridiculous looking.
Yeah, I know. But here's the funny part. Well, I won't say funny. Ironic. Hold on, let me pause this. Oh, hold on.
Lieutenant Dan?
No, it's a midget.
Oh,
Saying nothing against midgets. It was like this guy's walking by. I thought he's going to look at the truck, and he like opened the door and started climbing in, and I couldn't record fast enough. You know, it's like, is he compensating? You know, they say big truck, little dick, but you know, this it's like I'm almost afraid to make a short about it.
Short.
Well, I'm
Did
afraid
you guys see? Did you guys see? I can't remember where I saw it, but there was a guy who.
Oh, there's your javelin.
No, I like the old the 70s, like 73, 74. The one. Well, no, that one.
that
What
one
year
is
is that?
that was
I
like
like the ones with the fenders that got the big whoosh on the front.
that's the earlier one, 68, 69. Yeah, that looks
But
like a 70, 71, 72.
this guy wired up his car, and
Oh, wow.
it was just when I saw it, it just made so much sense. He used a cigarette lighter and wired the cigarette lighter into the starter relay. So he pushed in a cigarette lighter, and that's what started the car. And then he just pulled it out. I'm like, nobody's ever gonna know how to start that car. I'm doing it on my next project. I'm gonna put the cigarette lighter, and that's gonna be my start button.
Well, let's see. We're 3 hours, 30 minutes in. Nobody's
Yeah,
watching now.
it's midnight, and I don't care.
I put all my gasoline in my yellow can, and I put all my diesel in my red can. And then I leave it outside because I don't want to store it in the shop. And then if my diesel can comes up missing, I just go down to the first service station here and yeah, Wyatt, you get any diesel trucks in here that have run away? Let me know.
That's right. Half of these people nowadays that steal gas wouldn't know. Well, because they wouldn't know what different colored jugs mean anyway. What they might.
Oh, we put waste oil in gas cans and set them outside right in front of our garage. We've done that before, and they ended up missing. It's like, yeah, all right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Maverick was just, yeah, that was one cool little car.
And look at that, a Maverick with a 440 in it. Hell yeah. Built Ford tough with Mopar stuff.
You'd have to kind of cut into the shock towers for that, wouldn't you?
Just a little bit.
Well, that's what they
Get
make.
rid of that godforsaken thing.
That's what they make welders and torches for, right?
Yeah, if you got a 3 on a tree, a manual choke, you can leave the keys in the ignition and a standard transmission. Yeah, well, yeah, 3 on the tree.
Hubie, come on in, buddy.
And a battery that's just good enough to get about 3 cranks out of it.
Oh, mine's not. I gotta keep booster pack in the trunk.
With that, you don't have to worry about nobody stealing it.
I gotta take my battery to my battery guy. I'm gonna have him put a charge on it overnight. He's good that way.
What about that though? The technology's in those booster packs now. That thing is that big and it'll start a diesel. Those things are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
They won't if it's all the way dead. If it's
No, and that's
completely
the
dead,
one
it
thing
won't.
I don't understand because even my big battery charger won't charge a battery that's all the way dead. It's like
Yeah.
that's when I need it to work the
That's why I
most.
like this unit back here. It's got that booster pack and air compressor.
Hmm.
That way it'll pump up your tires too.
I've got like a 30-year-old battery charger at the shop, and I won't ever get rid of it. I'll fix it if it goes bad. Because that thing you can put on any battery, and the hell it'll start the car without a battery.
Right?
You crank that thing up. I could probably weld with it if I wanted to.
Heck, my 53, it doesn't have a starter on the dash. It's got a stomp switch on the floor right next to the gas pedal.
No. I don't know. The sexiest sounding starters I've ever heard were the old air starters. I just miss those old air starters on the trucks.
Or a Chrysler, good lord. You can tell it Chrysler start from miles away.
Across the parking lot. You can hear them crank. I've done that. Hear a Mopar starter across the parking lot.
It's like an elk bugle in October.
Right?
Wow.
Well, BareRose, I'm up to page 113 on this closeout sale you got me started on.
See what Big Block did to us all? Oh, we're all going to be in doghouse.
Uh-huh.
I could not believe that. That Frostbite radiator, $88. I've been buying CRCs, cheap Chinese aluminum ones. They've been good radiators, but the radiator cap on them, take it right off and throw it away. That thing is absolute garbage. Put a real radiator cap on them. But they've been really good. But they're $150, $160.
No.
A year ago. I have no idea what they are now. I'm scared to look.
You know what this is showing you though, if you go through that list, all the companies that Holly has bought.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. You're getting a little out of hand, I think. Either that or you should just come up with your own speed parts company and wait and Holly will buy it from you for a couple million if if it lives a year.
I used to really like Holly, but when their stock went public, I noticed their quality went to the toilet. And that was just recently.
That's the thing. When your company is big enough to have stocks, that means that you have CEOs and vice presidents and chairmen and a board, and
you
no longer own it or control it or have any say on it, and they're only caring about their paycheck and how much money they're going to make. So,
And
your
bonuses.
company
Well,
goes,
and if you have if you have a publicly traded company in this country, you are legally obligated to do everything you can to make a profit.
Yeah.
Legally obligated. Doesn't matter. That's why the pharmaceutical companies are out of control like this. You know, there you have to do everything you can to make a profit. You can't be like, oh no, wait, you can screw it over this group of people. It doesn't matter.
You know, those profits don't have to be in the billions, though.
Well,
I know.
Once you get the greed ball rolling, it's hard to slow it down.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a snowball. It gets bigger the faster it goes, or the farther it goes.
That's the thing is if I ever had a company that was that big, I'd say screw it. When I die, you guys can do whatever you want with it. But till then, not going trading, not going on stock market, not doing nothing. When I die, you can do whatever you want with it. But while I'm still breathing, I'm gonna have the final say. I'm gonna tell you what's being done.
Well, look at Harbor Freight. That was owned by one guy, and he was dead set on not letting anything else go with it, but keeping it right there in the company. And as soon as he let loose of it, now
well, that's the way Walmart was when it started. Back when Walmart was actually a good company.
Yeah.
And now you just don't have much choice. I don't know about where you guys live, but you don't have much choice. If you want certain things, you got to go to Walmart.
We used to have Woolco and Woolworths up here, and then along came Walmart, bought them all up, and that was the end of it. Like they were mom and pop owned store, like they're franchises, but they're mom and pop. They weren't about they weren't about making the big dollar. They were more about being part of the community. Like I remember we used to go in well, I remember there was some hard times and my family couldn't afford stuff right off, but because we knew the people that owned the store, they basically turned around and go, yeah, go ahead, take those socks, take those underwear, take that, and come back and pay us when you can pay us. And that I remember going down to the banks. I didn't like my credit was based off how much money I had in the bank, how many paychecks I've put into my bank, and how much my boss is paying. They call my boss and say, how much is he making? How long has he been working there? How long you plan on keeping him employed? Okay, fine. There we go. Here's your line of credit right there. Oh, you want to buy a house? Okay, no problem.
Well, they'd work with you.
Yeah.
Nowadays, saying there for when I was working the steel mill down here, it's like I more or less I don't have credit. Because, I'd take a loan out against my 401k and I'd pay myself back the interest. Well, the credit companies don't see that.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you haven't had a loan for 20 years. How do we know? But I think I was smart in that my own sense, and, I was paying myself back the interest, which it was nice. All I had to do is fill out some paperwork, send it into HR, and they just started taking out of my check every week.
And I remember
to explain why, or I didn't have to justify. I could take out a loan just because I wanted money.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that nowadays. You go to the bank, they want.
Yeah. Like I remember, hey, I owe the store this much money, but I can't afford to pay it right now. They turn around and say, well, hey, what are you doing right now? Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm unemployed right now and that's why I can't afford it. Well, why don't you come down and work for us and work it off? Like I remember when a person that was down on their luck, they used to be able to walk into a KFC, say, I'm hungry, and it was the policy of KFC that if a person said I'm hungry, can I get a meal? They would have to do 1 hour of work to get a free meal. That was a policy at KFC at one time.
Well, back then you could go back and do dishes for a shift, and
get a meal.
Yeah.
Like Like even motels used to turn around and say, "Well, you go clean all these rooms and take care of that rotten garbage can out back. I'll give you a room for the night." Like,
Yeah, they're willing to let you earn it.
yeah,
Yeah, I found those trucks don't come around if you don't owe them any money.
yeah, and they don't, and they don't, and they don't come around when all you do is just want to looky loo. It's like, oh, that looks shiny. No.
Yeah. I had a buddy of mine, God rest his soul. He was the Snap-on truck. He always paid the Snap-on guy even if he didn't have a bill. And then saying he'd build up a credit, then he'd go in there and he'd place an order.
Yeah.
And then the Snap-on guy wasn't happy because he already spent the money.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, he was in the
But I've always lived in a
where
cash
he
world.
could-
I don't like debt, so
Yeah, World Wood Chips, right? It's like barter system will return. Some of us that never left. Yeah.
I hope not, because every time I trade, I always get the sour end of the deal.
Well, you need to learn how to do it then, man. Wendy's right. That was Tony. Oh, here we go. Lay down.
And if a deaf guy tells you it runs good, don't take his word for it. Uh,
Lay down.
Oh, if a blind guy owns it, I think you take consideration that it's going to be like new because he's never driven it. It's actually kind of funny. A blind person in Canada can get a driver's license, but we've got conditions on the back. Like, for example, if you have to have glasses, you must be wearing your glasses while driving. If you have this special disability, you must have this while driving. On their driver's license, it says not allowed to operate motor vehicle. But they have the right to get a driver's license. It is their right to get a driver's license.
Kind of ironic.
Yeah.
Of course, the cat's back and she's fucking with me already. You let the cat out of the bedroom again, didn't you, Wendy?
that's funny. My neighbor's name is Bill. And every once in a while I'll see him, hey, I got some of your mail.
Yeah, whenever the bills come into us at the post office, I go down there and keep telling them, I said no to junk mail, okay?
Rocky Mountain Power. Oh, that's one of yours right here.
Yeah. That's where I'm lucky. I have no hydro. I have no hydro bill, no electric bills.
Being the beginning of the month, ours are going to be showing up here pretty quick.
Ours used to be pretty good, pretty simple, but we got bought out by Pacific Power. Same power company in California.
Yeah.
When Enron happened and they had all the brownouts and everything, they went around and bought up all of everybody else's power, and now our rates are just outrageous.
Yeah.
So all that stuff you hear on the internet about Idaho having the cheapest power, yeah.
Not anymore.
Don't believe a word of it.
No.
It's only in the city. If you're under Idaho power, but it's only in the city.
Well, I would love to live up there if it didn't get so goddamn cold.
Yeah, our weather kind of
Because there's not a lot of people. I like places where there's not a lot of people. But hey, Illinois is losing 50,000 people a year on average. So sooner or later, everybody's going to leave here.
You're that close to Missouri. How come haven't you crossed over into Missouri?
It's a lot more expensive to live in Missouri.
Is it?
Yeah. And my mom and dad are here. That's what I'm doing now. Is I'm staying with them, taking care of them.
Totally get that.
Yeah. And then my brother, he's autistic, so I'm gonna be taking care of him for the rest of his life too. So, you know,
At
shit
least you're willing to do that.
Totally get that.
Many people shy away from shit like that.
happens.
Make excuses that they can't.
I'm used to it. I had to take care of him when I was a kid because my mom and dad both had to work.
Yeah.
It's just like I'll take care of him most of my life. So what's the difference? And he likes going to the races. So
Oh, there you go.
That's the thing. Family is family, no matter what their disability is.
hmm
You can never abandon them and never shrug it because they didn't ask to be that way, but they deserve to be loved by
Right.
ones that are supposed to love them.
I think all of us have a disability because really, okay, I was trying. I said this one night on my live with Jed. You know that they're making brand new cars that aren't going to break down all the time and we don't have to work on. And they're willing to give you a loan for those cars so you can drive something nice. But we still do what we do. It's like, yeah, that's kind of weird.
I like to be able to work on my stuff though.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but if you could buy a new one every 10 years, you shouldn't even have to work on it. That's the whole thing.
True.
You don't have to.
right,
They-
a lot of these cars nowadays, they more or less, well, they last till they rot away.
Well, but then again, now if you think about it, the old cars that we have, okay, back when they were built, those cars were never meant to go over 100,000 miles.
Right.
It was like 60, 70. The note was for 3 years. As soon as that note's paid, they want you to go back into debt and get another car. So
Yep.
they make the car where it doesn't last that long. Now they're making the cars where they gotta last 10 years because the only way you can afford to get one is on a 10-year note.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah, like what
crazy.
you're paying for them for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah, but then 10 years comes, yeah, the car's going to fall apart. But the way the system has been set up since day one is that car falls apart, you go buy another new car.
I wonder what the actual percentage is of everybody in America, even Canada. We could throw you guys into this too. How many people over the whole population, the percentage, has actually bought a brand new car?
Up here in Canada, probably about 75 to 80%.
Really? That high?
I think it gets higher every year. I think it gets higher every year because people
We've
don't
never
want to work
bought a
on
new
stuff.
one. The wife's
Oh,
car,
I've never owned a new car.
it's technically a new one, but it was a trade-in. It only had 1,400 miles on it when we bought it. So
I've never owned a new car. My mom and dad, the only new car they ever owned, and my dad said he wishes he'd never bought it. They had an AMC Gremlin.
they bought it brand
Bought it
new.
brand new. Yeah.
My dad never bought a brand new car.
I've only bought one new vehicle my whole entire life, and that's my old '96 Chevy. That was the first new truck that I ever bought, and only one I bought. I've always bought used because it was cheaper. I don't have a debt on it. I can buy it cash. And people ask me why I don't go buy a new truck, because I don't need a new truck. I don't need to live up with the Joneses. I don't need to have a fancy, shiny thing to make me happy and that. But my truck's not broken. It still works, and it's paid for. I don't have a debt. Like, that's why I'll never buy a new car or get one of these electric cars, because that's a debt. I don't want to have debt ever again. Like, I owe no one no money.
Car company only makes money. Ford only made the money when that car was sold new, not when the second guy bought it or the third guy.
Yep.
Ford doesn't give two craps about those people. They got to sell it to that guy right at the first, or they don't make any money at all on it.
Well, the thing is, BareRose, to answer your question, look at all the cars that they're making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they got to be selling them if they're making
Who's
them.
buying them?
Well, this is the funny thing. Do you know
People
how
with more
many of
money.
these cars don't get sold? I know where there's an actual parking lot in the U.S. and the United States that are full of brand new unsold cars from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Hundreds of thousands of cars get manufactured, never get sold, get put into a parking lot. They slowly, one by one, get drug in, stripped down, and recycled. They're over manufacturing the cars. They're over. That's why their companies are going bankrupt, is because they're spending too much money making too many cars that aren't getting sold, and having to pay to recycle them and store them.
I can
Now
believe
these
that.
companies,
They're still making money though, because look what happened to the prices of used cars when when they couldn't get chips for the new ones. They shot through the roof.
Ooh,
They were giving people that what they paid for their used car, they were giving people that much money to buy
and
them
look at the
back.
repercussions
well,
from
but you got
Yeah.
to look at where they got that money from. The Canadian government gave General Motors, Ford, and Mopar billions of dollars
Oh
to
yeah.
buy cars back. The company didn't buy them back. The government bought them back and gave the company a debt and said we own you until this debt's paid. Like
But
that,
that's the
like
thing. They got to be selling. They got to be selling something, because if they weren't, then people wouldn't even about. It wouldn't have mattered as much when they couldn't get the chips.
but
You know.
that's the thing is if they made X amount of car per dealership, and then after that they did manufacture by order. So as two get sold, we only have 4 in stock now. We can order 2 more, and if they manufactured that way, they'd make the same amount of money. They'd have a lower overhead, a lower cost, but they probably make more money because they're selling the volume that they're making and their whole inventory, instead of having an excess inventory that they have to pay to dispose of and store. So technically, making 5 of each car for every dealership, and then after that, you sell 2. You can buy 2. You can order 2 more in. So that way, they never have an excess. They turn more profit. Now there wouldn't be as much jobs, but hey, we can create more labor by putting more effort into the assembly of it and more patience and time into it.
I
So
wonder if
Well,
that's what
what's
they're
going to
pushing
happen
the
is they're going
least.
to have to do that, just because right now there is a labor shortage in this country. I don't know about Canada, but in this country
Oh yeah,
there is.
up here we've got a huge labor shortage.
And you know what? I think I may have figured out a big cause to that. When they laid people, well, they didn't really lay people off. They just said, okay, yeah, go home, stay home, and we're going to give you,
Yeah.
you're gonna live. You have how many people in this country
Yeah.
say, if I could start a business, but I have to stay at my job. Well, you gave these people 2 years of not having to work,
Yep.
and you supported people for 2 years. Guess what? They started their own businesses.
Yeah.
And then they went out
People
and
that didn't, the
the
people that,
companies, the manufacturers and stuff, to make up for that, they went out and hired whoever.
oh
Skilled
yeah,
labor is not
but
not
then
in this country
there was
anymore.
another thing
Now
too.
they can pay
There's
them
another thing.
cheaper, so that is just cycling. That's a snowball that's going now.
Well, there was another thing that happened too. People who didn't start their own business, the jobs like the delivery jobs like Uber and Grubhub and those jobs, those were set up for people who only wanted to work 2 or 3 hours a day, make a couple $100 and go home. Well, a guy who's used to working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, if you do that job for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, you can make a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Like a whole lot of money. And they realize that, and they're like, "Hey!" And so when they stopped the lockdown and said, "Hey, come back to work," these guys were like, "No, I'm already working, and I'm making more money than I ever made there."
Well, that's things. We actually have too many jobs, not enough not enough employable but people that want to do the job. So it like for a major manufacturer like Ford and stuff like that, to cut their production down, saves them money in the profit, gets rid of those jobs that can't be filled, and it literally saves them billions of dollars every year, but also alleviates that stress of having this massive facility running all the time when it doesn't need to run all the time. And then if population picks up, we have the infrastructure already in place to put that new population to work and increase production again. But at this point in time, we can actually stop global production on frill stuff and like lifestyle stuff, TVs and all this stuff, because we're over manufacturing, and not have to worry about having to fill the labor force, save billions of dollars, save more on the environment. It'd be better for the environment because less mining needed, less this needed, less that needed, and that less waste from the garbage and stuff like that. And we could slow everything down and then pick it up, because the recession that we have right now is because like the recession that we're looking at facing is because of the global market over manufacturing and causing stress on the companies, which feeds back onto the governments, which feeds back onto us. So if all these major programs just slowed everything right down for a while, said, hey, let's take a break from making 20,000 TVs and we're only going to sell 10,000 of them. So let's not over manufacture it. Well, we got these up, like that thing is stuck. And like just slow our we can slow our technology down too a little bit. Our technology is going a little too fast on certain stuff.
But that's like where I work though. Where I work, I work in a machine shop,
Yeah.
and we make parts to order. So it's we get an order, it goes to the foundry. The foundry gives us our parts, and we send them out.
Yeah.
But you've also had the last 10 years or more of telling every kid that's in high school you have to go to college.
Yeah.
No, you fucking don't. And right now, you could get a job at my place at where I work, starting out the exact same pay as I start out with. If I was making the money I'm making now at 18, 20 years old, damn.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be rich. But no, they tell every kid. So basically, they take an 18-year-old kid, and for some of us, hard to remember back that far to when we were 18. But do you think at 18 you were ready to make a life decision and take on a huge financial debt?
Yeah.
And you said this is what I want to do the rest of my life. There ain't a
Yeah.
goddamn kid on the planet that's ready to do that.
No, like for when you graduate high school, first year, you should go out and travel. The first year of your graduation, go and explore the world. And parents should turn around and participate in this and make sure your child can explore the world. Let them learn the world. Then after that, they can go and work and explore the world of work and find the job that they're going to be most satisfied in. If they find that job to be a career, then the like I feel an employer that sees an employee that has benefit to their company should contribute to their education. Okay, well, I want to keep you in my company. You're doing awesome. You love the job. I'm going to pay part of your tuition to your school.
My work will pay 100% of your tuition. If I wanted to go, I'm 50 years old. If I wanted to go to college right now,
Yep.
I could. They would pay 100% of my tuition, but I have to work there at least a year after that.
Yeah. And like that, and why companies
Yeah,
can't do
you
that?
gotta be careful
That's a
with that
tax
because
write-off.
I'm seeing a shift here that's scaring me. We're getting these big commercialized trade schools. Biotech being a big
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
Laramie, Wyoming. If you want to learn anything about cars, biotech is like the Harvard of it.
But the thing is, I've got a
You get
kid.
done with there, you got $100,000 in student debt.
Yeah.
And you're making it in, and you're not making doctor's wages when you get out of there, and you got tools to buy. You got, everything that goes along with all of that.
Yeah.
That's scaring me.
Well, that's the thing.
need
On the
scale.
machine right behind me, there's a kid that went to Rankin, which is one of the big schools here around this area, for machinists. He's got debt he's paying off.
Yeah.
I did it, and I had a GED and came in and learned everything. You don't have to go to college to be a CNC machinist, damn it. You can learn on the job.
Apprenticeships. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
see, like,
started out as a push button operator. Somebody came along, set up the machine for me. I pushed the button, I loaded, unloaded parts. And
see,
as I got more and more experience, then I got to where I am now.
see, up here in Canada, our colleges are funded and built by the governments. The provincial governments fund and do that. So that way the tuitions can stay low, because like these private schools, they got to build their infrastructure, they got to build their school, and they have to finance and stuff. So they have to create these stupid tuitions, and none of that. They come up with little schemes to get people walked into it. But like that's the thing is, like, up here in Canada, we got that bonus. Our schools and our government will make money off foreign education. People from other countries that come here to school, they pay for the school. They pay the premium price, because they're coming here for a premium education. So that plays back into us. And in Canada, if you graduate your course and you stay in that line of work for so long, you can get anywhere from 10% to 100% paid off, just because you stay in that job, you stay in that work. We can get subsidies, we can get all kinds of cool stuff. And like, that's the thing is, I feel the United States needs to try education for people that citizens that are here should have access to affordable education if they want it. And the government should invest into the school and education system and support its citizens that want to learn the skill, instead of just like, oh well, we're shutting the schools down, we're shutting this down, oh this is good, you guys deal with it, do whatever you want. Like, that's one step that the government could do to actually benefit the
My
US.
problem with that is the whole thing of you have to go to school anyway.
Yeah.
Because you don't.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to go to school for everything. But there are some things where school can come in handy for and stuff like that. Because like there are some things that you can't that you won't learn on the job, because you're only taught to do it this way, and that. But there's the formula, the mathematics, the science of like trades. Trade schools should be like up here. Majority of our education is based off hours. We cannot get our trade ticket until we work X amount of hours. My millwright's ticket was 76,000 hours worked before I could write my red steel test. So I had to work in the field with that hours. My school was only like 3 hours every 4 weeks. That's what my school was. I went to learn the formula, the mathematics. So I'm not paying for hours and hours in school, or having to go to a school. My school is a job site. I go and write test stuff. I read the book at home. I study the book at home. I go in, I listen to a lecture. I take some notes this week, and then next week I do a test. And that is only a couple hours, and that's how our education is. But it's hours. You have to work the hours for a company under another red seal to learn. And like that, with trades, that's all you need in the trades. You don't need to have to be sitting in a school for 6 hours, 4 hours every day or every 3 days. But like for stuff like accounting or science or computer tech and stuff like that, where you have to be taught to adapt to newer technology that's coming, because that's a conditioning. And in the tech industry, you have to be conditioned to be able to adapt from the norm.
Well, the problem with that is, okay, anything having to do with computers, anything having to do with tech, right now in this country, if you go to school for that, you're not going to get a good job. Because it's the market's flooded, because that's what everybody wanted to do. Oh yeah, I'm going to go and do this. It's the future.
My cousin, he wanted to be an electrician. My brother-in-law is a master electrician, and he runs on the apprenticeship program. You come work for him. You don't make much because you're an apprentice, but you get your hours built that way. It
Yeah.
takes longer to do it that way. But my cousin, he wanted to do it fast way, so he went to school to be an electrician and paid for it.
Yeah.
Now he's pissed off because nobody will hire him because he went to school for it.
Yeah. And
But
he
people
doesn't
would
have
rather
the
hire through the apprenticeship program because those guys have got the experience now to do it.
Mhm. Yep.
And he's all kinds of upset. This is not fair. I should get this. No, you shouldn't because hands on trumps book knowledge all the time when it comes to trade work.
Yeah, when it comes to trade work, I told my son, I'm like, go be a plumber.
Yeah,
Night
That
auto.
oh man, it's one of the best paying jobs in this country right now. You could basically set your own hours and you don't have a whole lot of overhead and tools and stuff. You can start your own plumbing business with a truck, minimal tools, and work your own hours.
Yep.
Because you can't call a plumber here, any plumber, and say, "Hey, I need you right now as an emergency." They're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, how much extra you want to pay for that emergency?" You know?
Yep.
It's like heating and air conditioning. There'll always be a market for that.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
And with how the world's going, the trade industry is going to become one of the highest paying careers out there.
hmm
It's already moving that way, like because there's a shortage of people that can build the house. Like that's the thing is everyone keeps forgetting there's no computer or robot that can build that house for you. There's no computer or robot that can build that high rise tower right now. And then the older cars, there's no one that can no computer that's going to fix the older cars and those older cars are still going to be around. Like I keep telling everyone, don't worry too much about electric in your job because it's going to be another 50 to 60 years before we become an all electric world. We'll be dead
yeah.
by then. But that's the thing. There's still going to be people that have to fix the machines that make the machines.
Well, that's like we just had our I guess last year or year before last we had our union contract was coming up. We had never gotten anything above a 3% raise. Last year we got
Oh.
7, 5, and 4.
wow.
7% the first year, 5 the second, and 4 the third. That was a good raise for us.
Yeah.
That's at least $1 an hour every year.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
and you're content with that.
Oh yeah, we were fine with
And
it.
that adds up on a 40-hour week.
But they
Mhm.
had to do it. They had to because they can't hire people. They got to keep the people they got.
No.
My buddy works for another machine shop that doesn't pay as good. They've had to tell their management, don't fire anybody. They've had people come in drunk, getting sick in the bathroom, and they just tell them to go home and come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
At a machine shop where you're dealing with dangerous shit, you can lose an arm like in a blink of an eye. CNC machine don't care that you're there. Or you could end up hitting the wrong button and costing the company $75,000. I did that once. Misplaced a decimal point cost the company $75,000.
Whoops.
Oh, so you work for the company that made all those exhaust manifolds that were wrong.
No. What I make is, I make explosion-proof switch electrical boxes for oil refineries and oil wells and like the offshore oil rigs and these pipelines that they want to put in. And, yeah. Which I found out that there's a test lab, and I was like, wait a minute, we make explosion-proof tests. So we make explosion-proof parts. So in order to test those parts, there's an explosion involved. That's the job I want, right there.
Yeah.
And I've seen them fail, and it's spectacular when they fail. But I'm happy running my CNC machine. I love watching CNC machines work. I wish they'd let me film. Damn it, I wish they'd let me film.
I bet.
Because I guarantee my channel would have a lot more than 790 subscribers right now.
Yeah.
I bet it
Because
would
people
too.
love watching that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've got this coolest. I want to make a short on just this one tool. It's a tap. But the thing is, it comes down and then coolant runs through the tool and shoots out the sides of the tap to where the coolant is right there where you need it, and then the tap goes down and just goes around. It's like that's just the coolest thing to me when I saw it. I can watch it all night.
every day.
Mm-hmm.
Saying you every time it runs, like
Oh yeah, it's fun to watch.
I'm still trying to figure out if I should spend $160,000 on a 3D metal printer just to make content. It's like
That's what I was telling. I'm telling a lot of these people. I'm like, you know what? Sooner or later, it's going to be cheaper. All these machines are just going to be replaced by printers, and they're just going to print out the box, done, send it out the door.
well,
No
stuff
foundry involved.
that these machines are printing out, right? These 3D metal printers are getting better and better and better, and the way that they're doing it now, like it's the stuff with Star Trek. It's like most people don't believe me. We actually did invent transparent aluminum. Like we do have, like everyone's like, oh, that was Star Trek. No, we actually invented that not too long ago. Like I was installed it on high-rise towers.
It's neat stuff. I mean,
like it's only a matter of time till we actually have a way of turning garbage into pure matter again and turning it into food like they do in Star Trek. People don't realize where the food in Star Trek comes from. All their waste and fecal matter gets turned into pure energy protons and reassembled as food.
they've already got a thing that you can buy that's the size of like an air fryer oven, and you throw your trash into it, go to sleep, wake up, and it's compost. It's dirt.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a huge environmental person, but damn, that's pretty neat. I'm thinking about getting one. That's less trips I got to make out to the trash. And even if I don't grow stuff, I just empty it out, dump it in the yard. The grass is going to grow better.
Yep.
It's like
I'm trying to kill my grass.
we pay somebody to come cut our grass. I don't know.
Speaking of which, I got to mow tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't do that.
It's been dry. It's been dry here for 2 weeks. I haven't seen a dandelion in weeks. But then again, it's past season for those. That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. I was
I'm
happy
happy.
here at the dandelion world. I got dandelions this tall, but the grass is only this tall. Those things
I'm happy
grow.
we're getting into the dry season. 'cause
Well,
the
if
roof
you could
leaks on my
fast
shop.
motion, take a video of a dandelion growing, it wouldn't take long on a fast motion.
No.
Time lapse. I'm about
There's
ready.
so much stuff that we could be doing videos on.
I still got a brand new Husqvarna that I bought 5 years ago. The reason why it's brand new because I live in a gravel lot in the middle of a forest. What am I going to do with it?
My dad has a brand new Cub Cadet. He bought brand new. It's still brand new because it's bigger than what he could ever mow with, but he had to have it. So
Yeah.
It's just that my yard, I got to use a push mower on mine. Like you find a good deal on a riding mower, it's like I don't have no place to use it.
though,
They
and
work good for
people,
pulling cars around.
that's what I want to use this one for. But now
It's just a little tractor.
people laugh at me about this, but my dad also has a battery powered mower, and that son of a bitch, if you don't let the grass get too high, it's lighter than a regular mower. It's quieter. It's just easier to use, and it's got a big battery pack, just like a cordless drill. You put it down in there, and you can cut the whole yard with it and charge it up. And wait for the next time. And it's really convenient, and they're really nice now. They're making these things good. Well, look at all the battery operated. We used to use air tools.
Yeah.
Everything's cordless.
Yeah, and it's
And
just
for a
as
good
good. And
reason.
you don't have to have a loud ass compressor in your shop.
Or the hose.
Yeah, you don't have
That
to deal with
hose
any
is
of
a
that.
pain. Everybody says, "Oh, I like my air tools." Battery was the best thing they did.
Yeah, oh, you do, and you buy all the same brand. So you buy a couple extra batteries, leave them on the charger, and when it runs
That's
out,
the
you change them
downside.
out.
Every brand has got its
Mhm.
own battery.
Yeah. Tell you what, I got a set of DeWalt tools out here that I got one battery lasts about 3 minutes. And that's the
But
good.
that's like this cordless impact that my dad bought. It's a cheap Chinese, but you know what? It'll take off a tire.
That's all you need.
And if you're going on a road trip, you throw it in there, and guess what? If I have a flat tire, I'm not sweating.
That's right. It used to be a jack and a four-way, and now that four-way is
Hmm. I'll be taking it to the track with me every time I
that's
race.
right.
I'll tell you that.
19 and a 21 millimeter. I got two dedicated lug nut sockets.
It's
Boy, I
just
sure remember the days of dragging that hose around a car, and you got to lay the fender covers over it for the hose because you're dragging the hose around. You don't want to scratch the paint and all of that on a customer car, and trying to
well,
get that down in the tight spots. And
well, yeah. I got a little 3/8 drive impact that I use on everything. And if I can't get in there with that, I've got a little 3/8 drive that's ratchet. It's like that long, and it goes in there fits same as any other ratchet. But I don't worry about scratching my car, so that's
I
what's
built
good
my own, but
when you
We call it patina.
when no, I don't have patina either. Mine is semi-gloss Rust-Oleum paint job, and when you scratch it, a Sharpie, and you just go. "Whoop."
Yep.
That's my touch-up paint. Sharpie, and oop, it's gone. It's fine. Looks like new again.
Who's watching Jude's stream right now? Someone's watching Jude's stream.
somebody's crossing the streams.
I can hear a stream in the background.
I'm halfway through Ghostbusters too, so don't spoil
Oh,
it.
Ghostbusters.
Just don't watch the new one.
I don't know. I'll record movies, and when I go up at night, we'll watch the news, and we'll watch a movie till it's like I'm done, and it's like we're in the middle of watching Ghostbusters too, and it's like I almost can't do it.
Well, that's like people complain because Netflix upped the price. It ain't that much, and you're watching good stuff, and there's so much of it. It's almost like Netflix has too much on there.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to decide what you want to watch.
I'm
But
still
still-
curious why the creators made Scab so tasty.
Boy,
I got this bad habit every now and then when I see a scab, I gotta scratch it.
You pick the edges loose.
Yeah.
Then you got
It's like,
then you got to finish it.
why does the wound have to itch? Why does that have to?
I've learned to take one of those little dog nail sander heads that the little. I'll sand that scab down to where it's skin level so there ain't no snags, and pretty soon it disappears after a couple days.
here's my question. Why do sharks get to grow their teeth back, but we don't?
Exactly.
A lot of animals grow their teeth back.
Actually, and they've been working on that for years for the gene that does do that.
Primates, and there are pigs, and there are and also advanced canines that have been known to regrow their teeth. There are deers that regrow their teeth, but they're primates and canines, which we are.
Because dentists need jobs.
Yeah.
I had bad teeth all my life. My dad had bad teeth all of his life.
Yeah, that's the way my whole family is.
Yeah.
They told me a couple years ago, even with my insurance, it was going to be $5,000 to pull all my teeth and put new
That's
ones
what I
in.
paid for mine, $5,000.
I'm like, you know what? I'll just wait. because every time one gets looser, I have a toothache and I yank it out myself. I save myself $100.
Yeah.
But boy, I was sure happy with that day I went in and had them all pulled.
I'm coming up on that day real quick.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I've just had 3 fillings fall out, so it's getting that time to just say, pull them, take them all out, take them all out.
Well, we just had a guy at work. We're taking donations for him now because he had a toothache and let it go, and the infection went down, and he's got a trach now because of a toothache.
Yeah, infected tooth will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's friend, good friend of the family, I call him Uncle Ray. He got a brain tumor from it. It went up this way. He had one up here on top, and they had to do brain surgery on him. He's got a great big scar that goes up here like this. Toothaches are no joke.
Mm-hmm. I need mine too. Sharks are the only ones that need teeth.
Who was it that was with us in the No Names that had the massive infected tooth that almost he had to go to the hospital over it?
Yeah, there was somebody. I can't remember who it was.
Was it Ruben?
I don't remember. No, yeah, Ruben did. Yeah. He was in the hospital 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it was like serious.
I remember that now.
I think that infection went to his brain because he's crazy now.
Like Tim saying, he wants to be able to regrow brain cells. There'd be a big market for that.
All I know is I've never actually needed teeth because for some reason, every time I eat something, my saliva seems to just dissolve it. Like the food that when I eat it, it literally turns to mush in my mouth.
Mine good.
People have actually watched me eat here, and they notice that I don't chew. Like when I eat on stream, they're like, "Why don't you chew?" For some strange reason, I don't need to.
Because she was degrading him.
It's been that way my whole entire life. I put food in my mouth, and my saliva dissolves it. But not only that, like when I was married, when I kissed my wife, she sometimes she developed little blisters, like burn blisters.
You want to put a condom on your lip.
I want to know what kind of animal you are.
The doctor said that it may actually have to do with my saliva, and he said that it's not uncommon. Some people actually have active bacteria in their saliva, but he said it's usually never to that degree. So
I can believe that.
Can you wear a watch?
No, I can't wear a watch.
Yeah,
my batteries go dead. Cell phone I have to keep away from.
Yeah,
but I sometimes I believe my mom and dad when they said there was a thunderstorm outside and they found me, because I've been flatlined multiple times, like dead in the hospital, and my dad kept going to the doctor, going, "Don't worry. Give 5-10 minutes. They'll be up. They'll be fine."
Share that, Jim. Look what Jed bought. Can you share that screen I put up?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
What's the number?
64 Polera.
Oh, nice.
He just bought that. He's got another project.
And the metal doesn't look too bad on it either.
No, it's in good shape. And it comes with everything to put it back together.
And the grill's all in one piece too.
It's a factory 383 4-speed car.
Wow. Is that a parts car sitting next to it?
The guy selling the other car.
Wow.
I sold my 63 to put power to the shop.
That's one thing us Canadians are jealous about you Americans about. You guys got so much more nicer steel down there. Up here, we leave it sit for a year. It's a pile of rust. It's gone.
It depends on where you're at here in the States.
Yeah.
Oh God.
In Salt Lake, you can sit there and watch them rust away.
Yeah.
I've
You
seen
guys have
trucks that
so
are 2 years old with no bedsides.
you guys
That's
got
the way it
so
is
many
here.
nice old cars.
PA here in PA, it's pretty bad. They usually saying if you climb underneath the car, all you got to do is go for the driver's side. If you know the driver's side good, you know the passenger side's good because that's the side towards the street,
Yeah.
the driver's side. Because that when they plow it all up against the car. If the driver's side good, the sidewalk side's usually in better shape.
My name's Marco Stetler, and at Traders Point, I was farm manager. I got a phone call from one of my employees saying, "Hey, we've got an issue.
Cat's
There's
in a
a
mood.
walking
She's about
trailer
ready to rip
rising
into me, I think.
What should we do? Can you turn the
Hello,
fence off?"
Floof.
Or
Hello,
is it
Floof.
dangerous is also the question. And both the answers, I should say, were no, it's not dangerous, and also no, I can't turn it off because it's already off.
Half of it's my
That's
own
the
fault.
fence that's even on today. That's a different part of the farm, and so my response.
That's a different one. That must be the two-eyed one.
So hollow.
Yeah, this is the two-eyed cat. Yeah, this one's a Maine Coon. She's an idiot in her own right.
So seriously, you're truly scared. Now you can
I
take
mean,
that
this one gets into the cupboards. She'll be on top of the microwave.
extra things. Yeah, joint
Then we gotta duct tape the cupboard shutter. She'll be up there in the glass cupboard.
overcome something.
There's no way to get her out short of rattling the treat box.
Unless there's firearms involved.
The only thing sucks is her hair permanently grows. We got to get her cut about twice a year.
Yeah, my big fluffy black one that was just in here. I've got to shave him. He's got piles of hair all over because they're all outdoor cats. So,
Yeah.
but we end up having some foster mothers that had a whole bunch of kittens, and some of them got fever, and they got brain damage from the fever. So we kept them, and then we just let them do whatever they want in the yard. They come, they pester us when they want love, when they want food. They're perfect cats. They only come to us when they want us. But we've got one that I call digital. She moves like straight lines. Like directional. I've got one called Booping. She has a twisted spine with this baby. And when she thinks she's running, she's like a fat ass car peeling out on the backside bounces to the side.
Get all the way back up there. The tapping's already gone. The officer wizard's already gone. I don't speak to the
All right, I'm gonna jump out of here. Try not to make it a 7-hour one tonight.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
recover all day from that one. That was a long one.
Yeah. We had fun though. I mean, I had a great time. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Nice
It
seeing
was
you.
awesome meeting you, buddy.
Yeah.
Everybody go check out Dust Devil Garage. You've got some really cool stuff.
We'll see you later.
You guys know him by now. And if you don't, he just don't give up. I love the way he closes every one of his videos. Like, comment,
Right.
subscribe. If you don't, I really don't give up. And he shuts it off.
I'm gonna pop off too because it's 10 o'clock now, and I got to wake up tomorrow morning and go spend money in town. So
Oh no, you got to go to town.
I gotta go. I gotta leave the forest and go hunting at a Princess Auto for some kibbles and bits to try to make a DIY well pump for a shallow narrow well.
Irrigation pump.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna use a sprinkler pump because it's only got to lift 16 feet, and then I can put a control valve on it so that way because the well actually because it's too much rock and we weren't able to make it as big as we wanted, so we only get about a gallon, like roughly about 20 liters or 2 gallons an hour, but it's enough to actually over the day to refresh what we use. So I've got to come up with a little jury rig system that will pump it out nice and slow, or on a timer, so that way it will replenish our tank. we tried our best to, like, that's the thing about living on an island in the middle of the ocean. It's a giant rock covered with rock and then bark mulch and peat moss and clay. Eventually you're going to hit the rock that the island actually is, and you're not going to go any farther than that. Unfortunately, we found that rock at 16 feet. We thought we'd get down a little bit deeper, and then
That's
we
why
weren't
nobody
about.
lives out on the lava flows. You drilling out there for a well. There's water all over out there, but you can't.
Well,
get to it.
we could have got a normal proper well drilled, but they wanted $80,000 to come out and drill it because they know where the actual water table is, where the reservoir is. They know how deep they have to go. But because we leased the property and we plan on leaving the property in 3 years to go to my property that I own on the mainland in Hope, there's no point of investing money in this. So we decided to do a DIY makeshift, build your own drill. You use my big hammer drill to break down, made my own drill bit on an end of a pipe, 16-foot pipe, and just kept going and going and going.
Well, as long as it gets the job done.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing is we usually get our water trucked in every 3 to 4 months, and the water is cheap. It's only $20 for the water for 36,000 gallons. I mean, 3,600 gallons of water, but it's the trucking that costs because it has to come
right.
So it's $460 every 4 months. But that's the thing is we have another couple that leases a section of property too, and we share the tank. But that's the thing, we're going to let them take over the tank and they can do whatever they want. And we're just going to sustain ourselves and just use our water. So until, because like that's the thing, we're just banking money to make the move, because before we move, we have to wait for our last warranty to expire. So when our last warranty expires on the projects that we've built, we can actually move out. So right now we're just doing jobs that that we don't have warranty on. So we're just basically just working when we want to, when we need to, and banking the money, because then we're going to move over to mainland, retire, and just go into the real forest.
Forest.
Yeah. Well,
what's your rainfall like there?
Well, at least you have a plan.
So, well, that's the thing is we got everything that we need. We've accumulated everything that we need to actually go live on my property, be 100% off grid, self-sufficient without having to leave. Literally, like the only time that we have to leave is if we want to go grocery shopping or go to a hardware store. So
gotta have a hardware store.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So, but now it will be a special occasion. It'd be like the good old days when you lived on the farm and you wanted to go to the go all the way into town to actually go to Sears instead of go to the catalog counter. It'll be a special occasion. Ooh, it's that time of month. We're going to Lowe's. Come on, load up.
Get your best clothes on. We're going to town.
Of course, the way the world's going, you don't have to even do that. You just go on the internet and fill up your cart and hit the button.
Yeah.
And FedEx shows up at the door, calls you by name.
Yeah, that's
the shipping charges. Is where they get you.
You're talking about those new tool trucks, the red one and the brown one.
Yeah,
I mean the white one and the brown one. You know, that's the only tool truck that comes to me is that brown one.
all the FedEx and UPS guys, they know me.
Yeah.
I give them business cards and stickers and like and subscribe.
Yeah. Actually, what can Brown do for you?
I remember the first time we had when we got the property, or we took it over and started building our little miniature homestead here. When you enter the driveway, it looks like the opening scene from the movie Wrong Turn. When you get up the drive, there's an old broken down motorhome, an old broken down tow truck, and all that stuff. It just kind of gives people these weird vibes, like, where am I going to? The UPS guy, he literally called us at the end of our driveway and said, where do you guys live? I'm not sure. Can you come down here come down here? I don't want to go. Say, oh, come on. We're not going to harm you. Come. We don't have a secret lair full of backpacks and purses and watches.
The hills don't have eyes. We poked
Yeah,
them
no.
all out.
Come on down. As he drives, you know what would have been really funny had we known that he was going to be that way. I would have gone to like one of the scrap yards and grabbed a couple old UPS trucks and had them dropped at the end of the driveway. Say, are you sure you don't want to come up here? You could end up like your friends that were here last week. Say, there's UPS trucks here everywhere. Oh my god.
Find one half buried in a hole.
Yeah. Whole bunch of old go around collecting old UPS boxes and stuff them under stuff. Yeah. But I'm gonna pop up so I can get so I can have a shower and get some sleep. So
It's good seeing you again this week there, Sawyer.
no, definitely, and it was an awesome conversation, like always. Good, intelligent people. Can't complain. This is what life's about.
Yeah, that's why I like coming on BareRose, but then again, I hate it because usually it's 4.5 hours later. Like time stands still.
It does. See?
Yeah, I know. It's still 11:45.
No orange. No orange.
But anyways, you guys have a great night. Everyone in the chat, you're all awesome. You're all superstars. And yeah, then don't forget to hit his like button and tell your friends about BareRose and everyone here. And
oh, my friends know about BareRose.
Bye, guys.
Thanks a bunch, Dave. Yeah,
he's quite the character.
Yeah, that he is.
He's quite knowledgeable on many facets.
And it's cool to see the other side.
I'd like to see his setup up there in Canada.
I'd love to go. I want to put big solar up on the top of my shop. Not to go green. I just cheat.
Just cheat. I get it. Hey, there's nothing wrong with self-sustaining.
We tried gardening and all that, but
a lot of work.
My soil here, it
doesn't grow. Huh?
No, it is beyond fertile, but it's all sand. So you got to keep water on it constantly.
It dries right out. If it doesn't dry out, it settles.
But then it dries right out.
Yep.
And I water the yard and everything off the ditch system. And it goes through 3, 4, 5 farm fields before it gets to me. So all the weeds and everything.
Oh, you get all the way the seeds. Everything that has a seed gets washed down to you.
Those damn cockaburls. Those little sticker bushes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, they're everywhere.
Oh, is that what you call them? Call them burdocks here.
Burdocks, foxtails.
Tell you what, when they get into your shoelaces, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm picking them out all the time, picking them out of the cats. And when we had the dog, she'd come in just covered in them.
Yeah, you almost got to cut their hair when they get them in there. Are there some little balls about that big around?
Yeah. Burdocks will get up like that.
Yeah, I think that's where they invented Velcro.
And it looks just like rhubarb. But it's poisonous. Well, you'd probably have to eat a whole bunch of it, but
yeah, it's
like hemlock. We got hemlock everywhere too, and everybody freaks out. Oh, that stuff's poisonous. Good Lord, you'd have to eat a bunch of it. if you eat enough of it to kill you, you deserve to die.
Yeah. There's other things to eat if you're that hungry.
But the little ones, the cockerels, they got little seedlings about like that big. Same thing though. It's like Velcro, and they get everywhere.
Yeah, it's like going early archery. Come out of the woods, you got to start picking shit off your
Yeah.
pant legs before it gets really deep.
Got to pull your shoelaces apart because they're all balled up with them.
Yeah.
Cackleburs.
Cackleburs. Yeah. Yeah, we got a weed infestation out here by the pool pump. You can't pull the weeds when it's dry.
You guys are mostly clay, or
Yeah, it's just the ground gets so hard you can't pull the roots. All you can do is break shit off and then it grows right back anyway. That or I got to go out there and hose it water it with the hose for most of the day just to get it wet deep enough to pull the roots. And a few years back, I got some mulch from my mom up there, and it had morning glories in it.
oh Lord, yeah, we got morning glory everywhere too.
They're pretty, but man, they go up a chain link fence. You gotta about all you can do is break them off if you don't fish them out of the. It'll take you all day to clean out a chain link fence, but usually towards the end of summer, the last time I'll just break them all off so they die, and then come spring I'll burn them off with a torch once they dry out.
That's why I gave all my chain link to cousin Mike. I don't want to deal with it.
Right? And you get whatever these little kind of weed trees are out here that you got to go out there with nippers and cut them at every link.
Then we have creeping wild rose too. Oh wow! They only have a little flower about yay big, but they are evil. Their stalks have got 1,000 thorns on them, and they're just like morning glory, like that.
Yeah. So I was saying, when we first moved in here, I'd gotten a half dozen rose bushes, or not so much bushes, but vines, whatever, and they bloom twice a year, and
That actually looks really good.
they are busting right now. I mean, they're so heavy, some of them are even touching the ground.
Those look really good.
Yeah, but then saying give it a week or two, and I'm going to have 1 million rose petals out here everywhere. They are pretty flowers, saying there's thousands of blooms on there, but saying when I mow the yard, I'm always this one that touches the ground. I'm surprised that thing still grows the way I shred it. I don't even lift it out of the way. If I mow over the end of it, I don't care.
Self pruning.
Yeah. But they'll grab a hold of the pull cord on the mower.
Oh Lord, it's like that damn weeping willow that's out front. Oh,
we used to have a weeping
that thing
willow.
tries to kill me every time I mow.
There are so many bugs in a weeping willow.
Oh, I hate them.
And we got a sumac that you can't get rid of. See the full blown green? Well, it's like I cut them down every year, but they grow back, they thrive. You just can't get rid of them. I've kind of neglected the front of the house this year. Saying I got morning glories out front too. That would be all that green shit over by the front steps.
Me too. I was supposed to have a guy come in and level it. I got a big hump right in the middle of the yard. It's the old ditch bank. And I'm trying to get a guy to come in with a dozer or something and cut that off and just level the whole property out. Got all the new grass seed and everything for it. Had it for a little while. I tried doing it with my backhoe and that don't work.
Need more power, or you need a wider blade?
I can't get it to cut even. I get it started and then I pop up on top of the sod and it just scoots across. I tried doing it with the backhoe, raising the bucket out and using the teeth as a ripper. And that's too much on it. I'm going to bust something doing that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, when we moved in here, the previous owners had buried the power line. And the river is only, I don't know, a couple hundred yards down the road, or, and this is all creek bottom through here. So you got them sandstones that were, and when they buried that, it's like they just filled it in rough. And I couldn't get a lawnmower through my yard if I tried. There were so many rocks and uneven. And it's like, man, you think they would have done a nicer job. How hard is it to dig a ditch and fill the hole back in? I had rocks everywhere, uneven. I think I took a truckload of rocks out of here. Ari, you looking for cats? Oh, he's trying to get rid of cats. Never mind.
Ari, you'd be lost without your buddy.
At least this one's finally, the adrenaline must have toned down because she's taking a nap now. Usually she's ripping this time of night. Yes, Wendy, your pool deck's ready to open the pool now. I was going to power wash the deck the other day while the winter cover was still on, so it didn't get all that wood pulp. And it was saying for the last not today, but 2 days before that, we had a high of 96. And even though I was working the power washer, I didn't want to go out in that heat. Saying I did it today, and I think I got some sun.
Yeah, you're a little red there.
Saying it was only high, I think 76 today, and the sun was still killer. Actually, no, I think it was up low 80s. It was only supposed to get mid 70s, but you know how the weatherman is. They fib.
We've had storms going through, and it's been cold here. Yesterday was 55.
We're still at 62 right now.
And they're closing a lot of up in the mountains right behind me. It's all flash melting with all that rain, and
they still got snowpack up there.
Yeah, generally we keep it all the way until August.
Really?
It rained up there so heavy that it flash melted everything.
Yeah, we had that back in 96.
In fact, the Army Corps of Engineers is down by Soda right now. They got a Gray's dam, the spillway open, but it's blasting out of the dam so fast it's washed out the bank on the other side, so they got to come in and shore it up.
Rocks, big rocks.
Strange year. And that's scary because that's the snowpack is our water reservoir all year long.
Right.
It's gone. It's all in the river now.
Yeah, it's already getting downstream. We didn't even have a snowpack this year. I think it snowed twice. It was a mild winter. It was cold, but we just didn't get the snowfall like we normally get. And then saying I think it rained We got rain like first couple days of May and then once in the middle of the month. It was the driest month of May since they started keeping records. We got 0.44 inches for the month of May.
Yeah, Howdy, that's what the wife was saying. She's down in San Diego right now. And she said, yeah, it's been just gloomy down there. So I've been batching it all week.
No wonder you're up all night. Yeah, but we're supposed to have seasonal temperatures for the next week or so. Mid-70s, I'll take that. We'll go out here and work on the car. I'm about ready to put this front end back together. I can't wait. It's going to ride and look like a new one underneath.
New center link, tire rod ends.
The only thing not new is the center link. But I'm getting new ball joints, bushings, tie rod ends, idler arm. I'm getting a new strut rod. That's Patrick. He's hooking me up with that. When I tore the passenger side off, I found a bent strut rod. It's like, ooh. Looked at the K-frame, and it's like, oh, I think this thing was in an accident at some point. Either that or it got beat up on a bunch of country roads. But I had a bent strut. Patrick's got a couple of them he's sending me. They should be here by the end of the week. God love Patrick, man. He's like, oh, I think I got a half a dozen sets out there. It's like, he's going to put them in the mail here beginning of the week.
Did you catch that little Easter egg Uncle Tony threw out the other day?
Well,
on Mopar torsion bars?
Huh. Oh, I missed
how to get them off? There's actually a little spot in the on the bar up on the front side. You pull the pin out of the back, the
right,
clip. There's actually a little clip up there on the front that you hit it with the hammer and it pops them right out. You don't need a special tool or nothing. I heard that and I went out there and I looked, and sure enough, there it is there.
Huh.
Never knew that before.
Yeah, because I thought I spent a day or two. I was trying to make my own torsion bar tool and this and that, and Sam, when we tore it apart, I pulled the lower control arm backwards or with a pry bar, and it ended up the torsion bar had just come out with it backwards. It's like, I don't know if I got lucky or what, but that thing had 60-year-old grease in there. It's like, man, they pack them things full of grease in there. No wonder that cross member's still mint.
That's what I've been scraping off and cleaning off for the past week. The whole underneath of that car is just caked.
I've seen it. You couldn't tell what you couldn't tell what the pieces looked like because they were caked. But I got everything already cleaned. The upper and lower control arms, I got them sandblasted and painted. I'm surprised at how nice they are. Saying with all that, like Wilburn says, his driveway will never rust. That's the way these eight were. But I can't wait to put it back together. So when you pull it apart, you don't know how, and then it's like, oh, that was easy. Saying when you pull it apart, you know how it goes back together. So. With it not being 95 degrees out there, I'll be able to, not afraid to go out and work on it. I'm afraid to put
Did you, how's that welding coming? Have you tried that out yet? He messaged me a little bit ago on some questions on his new welder.
Cat-sized welding goggles. I hope he filmed it. Montana Garage. I don't think I'm subscribed to them.
I don't know. I've got so many subscriptions now that
I know I can't keep up with everybody. That and with it getting dark at 8:30, it's like, man, it's like I don't have time to watch everybody. I try to. There's a few channels I'm kind of dedicated to. Just Mopar Joe. I like his stuff. Man.
oh yeah.
That and he's hooking me up. He's got a Voodoo cam that he pulled out of a motor a while back. I talked to him on a live. He's saying because I got this RV 440 out here, and he's like, I got a Voodoo cam out here that would wake that right up. And it's like, hey, let's talk. I confirmed that the other day. I asked him if he still had it on the shelf. So he's going to bring that to me for no name. He's going to give me the buddy price, which I've wanted to put cam in this motor, but I'm kind of leery of the lifters. But with this new diamond coating on these lifters nowadays, I'm not as worried about it. But that'll be next year. And I'm just bringing this old motor this year. I want to bring this 5 barrels. That way everybody can see it. And then when I do that other motor, I'll probably put a second 4 barrel on there. That way it has plenty of gas.
Yeah, those early A-body control arms, they're nothing like a Chevy. Everything on that car is just built light. Light.
I was going to say, this one here, it's built pretty stout. I was almost thinking about trying to straighten out this strut, but I thought better of it. There's probably no way to hold it still to get it straight. You know how anything's bent, it always wants to roll on you. But
that's what made Mopar fast. They were light. So
yeah, factory curb weight on this was only 2850.
Mm-hmm.
But mine's right around 3,000 now. I don't know. I scraped all that undercoating off underneath, so
probably 20-pound car now.
Probably 40, 50 pounds just in that undercoating. They didn't screw around when they undercoated this thing back in the day. That is industrial stuff, man. I swear it was straight tar.
Yeah, it's like they took a bucket of blackjack roof repair and just went to town on it.
How they got it through a spray gun, I don't know, but and they must have heated it up real good. You can just see when they sprayed it, it had the waves to it, you know. But nothing a torch and a good scraper wouldn't take care of. So I was under that car for a week scraping undercoating last year. Yeah, Wendy was going to straighten out that strut. Didn't work.
The dart, I just picked the ass end of it up with the backhoe and I hit it with the pressure washer. And it just flew off there.
Really?
Yeah. I'm so glad I got that pressure washer. I used the heck out of that poor thing.
See you next time, Sam.
Good seeing you, Sam. Thanks for coming in, man. I'm about there too.
Yeah, it's only 5 hours, an early night. Holy shit, 20 till 2 already. Good thing I don't have a lot to do tomorrow. I should, but it's Sunday.
Yeah, tomorrow I was gonna lift that body off today, but I got lazy. Did housework is what I did.
Yeah, I power washed this deck, and then it was like, oh, Burger King, yeah, car show. I made enough for half a dozen shorts. And I put one out. It was hot down there. I went inside Burger King, didn't order nothing. There must have been 30 people in line, and it's like I just went over underneath one of the air conditioning vents and made a short, and I ended up getting four subs out of it. It's like,
Hey, there you go.
I already got one scheduled for tomorrow. I think a '68 Camaro. It was had that '70s vibe with the paint job and everything, wide tires, skinny fronts. Oh, there's Lars.
Mr. Lars.
I figured that boy had been in bed hours ago. Unless he just climbed out from under the trash truck.
JB was in here earlier.
Yeah, I've seen that. He's still upset with the truck a little bit. I feel sorry for him. I wish he could get that right. Not that I'm blaming him. It's just giving him fits. Wendy. Hello, beard man. Wendy wants to braid Lars's beard. I'm going to feed him shots at no name so he passes out and he's going to wake up with a braided beard. Don't worry, Lars. She'll do a hell of a job. You'll like it.
Oh, quite a while back, I did the rat tail thing. You grow it out, and then you keep putting band in it.
Yeah. How'd
When
that
you
work?
first start doing that, it pulls on your face. It feels weird. You get used to it after a while, but
Lars, I bet if Lars shaved his beard, it would be as tender as a baby's butt under
oh
there.
Lord.
Oh, circle track tonight. Good deal. No, I put it on my calendar. We got Nivlak supposed to be at our drag strip down here next weekend, but I don't think
cool.
we're going to be able to make it. Got too much going on. To call you Abdul.
I just get it going there until my mustache becomes a soup filter, and then it's time to cut it back.
Mm-hmm. All right, BareRose. I think I'm going to call it.
I think I better too. Thanks for coming in, Don. You know you're welcome in.
Yeah, I just stopped in for a few minutes to say hello,
Good Lord, if you guys don't come in, then I got to sit there and think of something to say.
Yeah, I know. That's half the reason I come in on these lives, because people get stuck, and usually I'm bad for dead air myself. But when there's a couple people, it's everybody a little bit. See you later, Lars. Hope you had fun at the circle track. I'm sure you did. Probably wearing half the front stretch. We got a dirt track up the road here, and everybody in the front row, first couple rows, always bring garbage bags to wear because there's always dirt and dust flying.
Well, I think I'll shut her down.
Yeah, we'll see you next week, BareRose.
I'm
We'll
not
see you
dead.
somewhere during the week, but we'll do this again probably next weekend.
Yeah, and thanks everybody in the chat for coming out. We'll do it again next week. Till then, everybody, get out there and do what I haven't been doing and get some of that metal hot.
All right, see you later, BareRose.
We'll catch y'all in the next one.
Yeah, man.